Just a reminder to everyone, the meeting will start shortly. Council is still in closed session. Everyone must find a seat. There is no standing, blocking doorways, standing in the back of the council chambers. If there's no room in the council chambers, there is the poinsettia room, and then we do have, the lobby has a speaker as well as the courtyard. Testing, testing. Do you want me to do it again when you go out? Testing, testing. Yay.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
And just thank you, everyone, for your patience. Council is still in closed session, so the meeting will start as soon as they're done. Thank you. And who is it, Dr.? Council is returning. We'll start the meeting shortly. And just a reminder, please find a seat. If there are no seats in the council chambers, there is overflow in the poinsettia room. There are speakers in the lobby and in the courtyard.
Testing, testing.
Everyone, if you could please find a seat, we are starting the meeting.
Well, hello and welcome, everybody. This is the very first meeting we have back in person. I know you all know that, and we're excited to see you and be able to gather together. Thank you so much for wearing your masks. It keeps everybody safe, and as you can see, we have some additional safety protocols here with protection when you're speaking. And so I hope that we're going to have a great meeting today. It's just really exciting to all be back in person. So we're calling this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council, and it is Wednesday, October 13, 2021. We're just a few minutes after 6:05. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Councilmember Mosca?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kranz?
Here.
And Mayor Blakespear.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present.
Okay, great. So the first thing we have is a presentation declaring October 14, 2021 Children's Environmental Health Day. Oh yeah, before that, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so I have a proclamation here, and then I'm going to invite to come up and take a picture right after that and make a presentation if you would like to. You could go ahead and set it up while I am reading the proclamation. So we have a number of whereases with proclamations, so I will begin with one. Whereas the aim of Children's Environmental Health Day is to raise awareness about the importance of clean air and water, safe food and consumer products, healthy environments, and stable climates to children's health and development. And whereas Children's Environmental Day was created by the Children's Environmental Health Network and celebrated for the first time on October 13, 2016. And whereas Children's Environmental Health Day is observed on the second Thursday in October to celebrate progress of the children's environmental health movement and create a strong network of child health advocates. And whereas Children's Environmental Health Day is a national effort supported by individuals, nonprofit organizations, and government agencies. And whereas Children's Environmental Health Day encourages individuals and organizations to raise awareness and understanding of children's environmental health issues, seek improved protections for all children, and perform acts of sustainability or environmental health wellness. Whereas together we can safeguard the health, safety, and well-being of our most precious resource, which is children. Therefore, I, Catherine Blakespear, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all the Encinitas City Council members, do proclaim Thursday, October 14, 2021, as Children's Environmental Health Day in Encinitas and urge all citizens to observe this day with awareness raising and environmental health and stewardship activities to create a healthier environment for our children. So thank you for bringing this to our attention, and go ahead and make some comments if you'd like, and I'll come down and give you the proclamation. I think you have to push it for it to be on. Is there a little button? Yeah.
Is that, there we go. So as pediatricians, we have a front row seat to the impacts of climate change and environmental health on children's health needs. And I think Dr. Tyrell, who's with me today, and Monique Chavez, one of our medical students, is with us today, can attest. Over our careers, we've seen the incidence of more severe environmentally affected illnesses increase. So on behalf of San Diego Pediatricians for Clean Air, the American Academy of Pediatrics, California Chapter 3, section on climate and environmental health, we'd like to express our sincere gratitude to Mayor Blakespear and to the City of Encinitas for helping raise awareness of this very important issue. And we look forward to continued engagement with the city on meeting those goals going forward.
Well, thank you for all that you do. We appreciate that. Do either of you want to say anything? No? Okay. Okay, now we're on to oral communications. How many oral communications do we have?
Mayor, we do have 7. I'll call you 3 at a time. The first 3, Alexandra Wood, Geraldine Kessler, followed by Natalie Satoon. And just a reminder that you do have 3 minutes. Alexandra?
Is this?
Oh,
Okay,
there.
there we go. Dear Mayor and City Council, I stand before you today to share my story and address the mothers, fathers, grandparents, aunts, uncles, neighbors, and friends that are here with me tonight. My name is Alexandra Wood, and I am the woman who was sexually assaulted and then followed home in Encinitas on the night of July 24th. While the details of my assault are very important, I am not here to share them with you. I am showing up here with every bit of strength that I can muster to plead with you to please act on what is currently happening in our town. When I shared my story openly on social media and then again with the Coast News, I was both heartbroken and alarmed at the number of women who came forward to share with me that they too had been sexually assaulted while in downtown Encinitas. More specifically at the bars Shelter, Saloon, First Street, and Death by Tequila. I stand here today asking for your support in a thoughtful response and approach to this situation and pattern of sexual assault and violence that is occurring in our town. I am disappointed in our sheriff's department, the owners of the bar, and our city officials for the lack of acknowledgement on this situation. Just last week, when my story was posted in the Coast News, a man named David Chapman, who I do not know, called the city council, meeting on behalf of his friend who was also drugged to near death at the bar Shelter. Yet, there is still a lack of response from our city officials and sheriff's department to take action and to support the victims of these horrible traumas that we have endured. And I am curious as to why. I'm not seeking sympathy or an apology. I am here to ask for an actionable plan that will help to protect other women in our community and prevent further assaults. It is time to unveil what is happening in our town. Silence is no longer an option, and our community is relying on our leaders to be honest and actionable. Please give serious consideration to the following suggestions. Putting lights on Vulcan so people can walk home safely of all ages at all times. More police patrol in downtown. Sadly, there's not enough. Undercover police in the bars. There are things happening and they're known. I don't know why this is not a thing. People need to go to the bathrooms at the bar. Monitor capacity in bars and underage attendees. Monitor business license owners, employees, and train them to beware of date rape circumstances. And please, take a little time to go on Yelp and read all of the reviews of Shelter. I am happy to provide many of pages. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope that the leaders of our community take the time to reach out to me in regards to my experience in this town.
Carolyn?
I'm sorry, Alex, my heart. Okay, I'm just going to show this little picture real quick. Don't start my 3 minutes. This is what I'm talking about, okay? All right. I would like to speak today about the environmental nightmare Staver housing project slated on Melba Road in Encinitas to put up 31 homes on 6.6 acres, take down a grove of mature Torrey pines, in addition to 173 other trees and 30 other smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo a historical home built in 1938, all based on the density bonus law, AB 2345. I recently learned that the city plans to remove all but one of the mature trees on Melba's tree line, which serves as a tree canopy for many years in the neighborhood, just to widen the road less than a foot and assist with overflow parking for the Staver project. We met with the city's traffic engineer, and they have not been open to the options of traffic calmings based on the neighbors' ideas. I've been listening to the traffic commission's meetings, and I don't understand why you don't have more community participation with the residents. We are the one utilizing the streets, not a book-smart engineer. One neighbor living on Melba had volunteered to donate part of his property on the south side of Melba in order to spare the trees. I have seen other major cities spare trees when developing new housing projects. We beg the city to preserve the Encinitas redwoods and the tree canopy, which aligns with the current approved climate action plan. As we were scouring through the onslaught of public records of this nightmare housing project, we found Anton van Amersfoort, an accomplished avocado grower named on the deed asking for an easement. He was living in the botanical gardens around the time the property was changing hands prior to Ruth and Charles Larrabee. Approximately one half of the property that is now known as San Diego Botanical Gardens was owned by Anton, an avocado grower who immigrated from the United States from Holland. We are still researching his relationship to the Melba property and why he was asking for the easement, but we think it's quite possible that he planted many trees in the area and that is currently on the Staver property and perhaps tied in with a historical home that's there. These facts have been exciting for the community who feels that they may have trees planted by him. And it also points out the historical value of the property for Encinitas. That is why I'm continuing to ask the city to assist the community with preservation of this small piece of land and assist with the acquisition from the Stavers Trust. Let us make it continuous with the Oakcrest Park and a possible annex for the botanical gardens and open space, and use it for an outdoor STEM lab and for the surrounding schools. As I mentioned before, Brian is not watering the trees or the plants on the property. We believe that Brian is doing this so that he will not count them as alive. I just want you to know his grandparents would be rolling over in their graves. The Stavers have historically been stewards of the land in North County.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Next speaker is Natalie Satoon, followed by Ruben Flores, Arlen Iyinger, and then Trina Priest.
Hello. What a busy time for crime in and around Encinitas during the past month or so. The Peeping Tom in the Composer District, the sexual assault in Cardiff, the burglary suspect with gunshots by Elia Maria, and Miss Wood's violent sexual assault behind the lumberyard. Most of us have seen the Nextdoor post as our fellow neighbors notify each other of safety concerns. We have seen numerous downtown break-ins and attempted home intrusions. Some of this crime caught on surveillance cameras and posted on media sites relates to the transient homeless who are recognizable in our community, and some is not. But more criminal behavior is coming our way. Both Carlsbad and Oceanside have just taken measures to protect their residents and businesses by voting in ordinances that penalize transient crime and instructing law enforcement to enforce these ordinances. Their council members acknowledge pathologies of chronic drug abuse and mental illness that often leads to crime and have effectuated methods to restore public order. What ordinances has the Encinitas City Council instructed to dissuade crime, homeless or otherwise? What measures have you taken to ensure public safety is balanced with this rapid onset and severity of crime we have seen? Is there a pending renegotiation with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department for increased law enforcement? I asked Councilman Mosca these questions at his most recent coffee talk. The response, nothing coming down the pipeline. Each of you as council members have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure public safety, that all first responder services are adequate. I recently called 911 when a transient who accosted me violated the protective order. It took greater for 1 hour and 10 minutes for a deputy to respond. When I called this past Sunday for extra patrol because he's returned to Encinitas, the deputy confirmed that this 911 response time is now the standard. How is this reasonable? An unconscious lady who crashed on her e-bike last week had to wait 20 minutes for an ambulance. Reasonable? Sounds like another Roberta Walker multi-million-dollar settlement. This council continually endorses measures that threaten public safety. You voted to relocate a homeless lot in the midst of 4 schools. Like it or not, this brings other homeless to the area. Your recent proclamation for Narcan response increases first responder services. The high-density projects you're approving, such as Goodson, also increases population and public safety needs. You aren't safely managing what you have in hand right now. Nothing else should be implemented until you get a handle on our current safety issues. Back to the 1 hour response. Have you already defunded our sheriff without notifying us? Mayor Blakespear, in your June 2020 letter to another mayor, you stated, quote, "It is up to us as elected officials to ensure that we are delivering the law enforcement services and protocols that best serve our constituents, unquote. 7 rapes in Encinitas since January 2021 and a 40% increase in crime with no actions implemented for an additional public safety plan. Your actions are neglectful and punitive. How are you and this council best serving our community? Thank you.
Hi, good evening. As you probably can guess, I'm here simply to reiterate the disappointment that I have on the actions of this city council, and I wanted to do it looking at your eyes. I've sat in that chair where you sit as a planning commissioner before. I've had Tony, Catherine, Joe visit my home. I campaigned for you. I think I helped get you elected. And I'm terribly disappointed by the direction in which you've taken our city. I believe you missed an opportunity with your talent to bring the citizens together, to be cohesive, and instead you've chosen to divide the community. I do not think that you're evil. I do not think that you're ignorant, but I think you created a club of like-minded people who simply choose to ignore or disregard what the community wants. So I thought I would just, like the mayor did, do a little proclamation. So this is a proclamation of the recognition of the most disappointing mayor and city council members in the history of Encinitas. I could use more colorful language, but I chose just to state the facts. So whereas the role of the mayor and council is to represent the interest of all citizens of Encinitas, whereas it has been observed consistently that the mayor and council have repeatedly disregarded to consider petitions of many citizens and groups only to drive their own ideological agenda. Now, therefore, it is hereby proclaimed that the current mayor and city council are the most disappointing elected officials in the history of Encinitas. Signed by Ruben Flores on behalf of each and every citizen whose voice has been ignored by the city council. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Next speaker is Arlen Iyengar, followed by Trina Priest, and then Benjamin Dean.
Hi, my name is Arun Iyengar. I want to talk about the noise problem created by vehicles with modified engines. I live on 2nd Street near H Street. I have become sick and tired of intolerable loud noise made by cars and motorcycles that are driven in the area I live. Most of these vehicles have some sort of a modified engine, modified to generate loud noise. I suppose the drivers of these vehicles need attention, and they seek it by driving vehicles that roar by past people. So sometimes the noise is so loud, like it is slicing through my heart with a chainsaw. I have woken up in the middle of the night several times, startled by that noise. And sitting at home in daytime, I've had to tightly shut my ears off to muffle the noise. I've seen people on the street wince when these vehicles pass by. And I've seen a dad who rushed to close the ears of his child while glaring at the passing vehicle. So this noise happens at all times of day and night. I've heard it throughout the day, at 11:30 at night, 3:35 a.m. in the morning. And it feels like I'm living right on top of NASCAR tracks. So this place has become a hell to live because of the noise. I had written to the mayor and the city council about it a few weeks ago. Thank you very much. You immediately responded, and I really appreciate your response time. As a result, I got a call from a police officer who agreed with me that the problem exists, that the police can give tickets to these offenders. And then he asked me to call the police when I see vehicles of this nature, and I don't think I can be a vigilante. They pass by so quickly, you don't even know what these vehicles are. So I propose 3 actions to address the problem. Number 1, post 2 motorcycle police officers on either direction of Coast Highway between Cardiff and Leucadia and west of Coast Highway, preferably round the clock, following and issuing tickets to offenders, at least for about 3 to 4 months. Post signs on Coast Highway, Vulcan, and 2nd Street warning against driving vehicles that disturb peace. And the mayor's office should use social media to inform the offenders of the problem they're causing. So we know that what these offenders are doing is illegal. Can't we use the existing laws to punish them? If we don't do it now, you know what happens. You all know the broken window theory. Once these offenders know that there is no consequence to their actions, they will make the situation even worse. So again, I request the mayor and the city council to take action. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Blakespeare and City Council. My name is Trina Priest. I am a middle school teacher who has spoken here before regarding young people's mental health needs and the role of marijuana use exacerbating those needs. As a FYI, young people that I work with do not use the term cannabis, but continue to use the word marijuana or pot, since that is what we find the young people prefer. I'm here tonight because unfortunately now the city is starting its journey to enable marijuana businesses in our town. And I have concerns regarding the application procedure and the vetting process for applicants. Since Measure H only briefly indicated that there would be a background check of the applicant and that the applicant must have written permission from the property owner or management to utilize their property, it seems the city could certainly add to its application procedure to make it more clear. I would like to respectfully suggest that, number one, the application procedure should require that the property owner or management renting to marijuana businesses will let other tenants on their property know that their property will have a marijuana business operating on the premise. It is important that pre-existing businesses aren't duped or harmed. Number two, if an applicant's permit is approved, that it cannot then be transferred to another owner without another vetting process by the city. Past experience in other cities indicates this loophole can greatly harm the neighborhoods where the transferred marijuana businesses locate. Number three, and that a background check of the applicant include all those who have a financial investment in the marijuana business and all employees. Again, past cities added this to their application when they experienced an unsavory segment coming into town. Thank you for your consideration, because avoiding a botched vetting process is one of the most important decisions in the application procedure and should not be done later when the damage has already been done. Thank you.
Next speaker is Benjamin Dean, followed by Randy Wastel, and then Patrick Batten.
Good evening. I'm Benjamin Dean. I'm just graduated from high school as well. I've worked with the San Diego Alliance as a team presenter, provided my choice to always be alcohol, tobacco, and drug-free in a presentation to the region's 6th graders and middle schoolers as well. And I'm also associated with the teen committee of the County Tobacco Control Coalition. Teens and adults that work to improve public health for everyone have been essentially concerned about the use of electronic devices, or e-cigs, or vapes by the young people, particularly flavored e-cigs preferred by teens. We were distributed by the FDA. We were disturbed by the FDA announcement today that one version of vaping devices, the tobacco-flavored cartridges, marked by R.J. Reynolds under the brand name Voos, could be sold because there seemed to be info that the device would assist smokers to quit traditional cigarettes. However, perhaps lost in this announcement is that FDA ordered the other Voos tobacco products, fruit and candy flavored tobacco e-cigs, off the market, and thousands of other flavored vaping products off the market as well, including Juul, owned by a large tobacco company, Altria, and the recent favorite among teenagers and young adults for its fruity and candy flavors, puff bars, as they say. I came here tonight to thank Encinitas actually for its ban on the flavored tobacco products, including vaping devices with an eye towards protecting youth. And then I ask you to also consider banning flavored marijuana products as well for the future. As I understand, the language of Measure H does not in any way interfere with the city's ability to do that, if so. And thank you for your time.
I did want to say, just for those of you that came and that are interested, Measure H is on the agenda October 20th, so next meeting if you want to come back as well.
Hi, my name is Randy Wastel, and I thank you for the opportunity to rise up with additional residents in our community to make the city council aware that the planning department and developers are really pushing down on us residents. And we've kind of had it. It's really getting to be too much. As an example, after weeks of myself repeatedly getting incorrect information and people that were too busy at the planning department to provide timely responses, approximately 3 weeks ago, I was at a Zoom zoning administration hearing presided by the planning director. The applicant developer was a former city planning commissioner. He acted like I was opposing his entire project. I was asking my future neighbor, who was building 4 houses for 2 minor changes on 1 house. And the guy lashed out at me with the temper tantrum like I was opposing his entire project. This is your former planning commissioner. And I was merely asking for 2 minor changes to his house, which is so irresponsibly close to San Alejo Avenue and my driveway. So never seen a temper tantrum on Zoom, but then again, I'm a senior citizen, don't do Zoom often. The planning director did not do anything to correct this challenging behavior against me, nor did he give me a chance to respond to the challenge. He simply closed the meeting after that. Pushing down on a member of the public by a former commissioner or anybody of that caliber should not be tolerated. After the meeting, the developer texted me afterward. His text read, "See you at City Council and Coastal Commission." Wow. I did not appeal to council because he had mentioned it was obvious he was very well connected. I just have to ask, what happened to the days when the planning director would offer to help the public? Today, all we get is it's allowed under state law. What about doing the right thing? It's not a question anymore. It's like, I was a developer in the city a long time ago. I built a 5-lot subdivision. This planning director came to me and said, "Your pads are too high." I said they were approved. He came to me and said, "Would you mind cutting them down?" Well, I did, because it was the right thing to do. Now my question is it common for the city engineering department to have an engineering maintenance agreement for a 2nd-story deck with a single-family residence homeowner on San Alejo Avenue? So why would the city want that liability when a homeowner can't maintain his property? So if the guy can't maintain his property, you guys are taking on the responsibility to maintain it. This is a deck that's going to hang over the pedestrian easement. I repeatedly emailed the city engineer these questions and did not get a reply. So my question is this a new precedent? So when you don't let my face have a position in a Zoom meeting, it does not feel democratic. I am here and present, everybody else here tonight, to rise up against this type of behavior that favors developers and higher-ups in the city. And now I hear that there's going to be some bonus for
Sir,
city
thank you for your
employees
comments.
for vaccination.
Thank
My
you.
wife works at
Thank you for your
my wife works
comments.
at the university.
Sir.
They don't get a bonus.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Patrick Batten, and I'm here on behalf of the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now, which is a coalition that was recently formed this year in March. The singular purpose of the coalition is to encourage the federal government to fulfill its obligations to provide off-site storage and permanent disposal solutions to spent nuclear fuel located at Songs, as well as the other nuclear sites across the state and nation. Although Songs was retired in 2013 and decommissioning work is currently underway, The spent fuel must be removed from our coastline and to complete the decommissioning, restore the land, and return it to the Navy. The federal government was required to participate and begin the pickup and disposal of the spent nuclear fuel in 1998, but more than 2 decades later, we're still waiting for that to happen. Meanwhile, other countries have made significant progress towards the same ends. Finland, for example, has successfully identified a location to dispose of its spent nuclear fuel and through a consent-based process. Other countries such as Canada, France, and Sweden are not far behind. Achieving similar success here in the United States is achievable and possible. Currently, there seems to be an unprecedented window of opportunity at federal government. The House and Senate recently passed their appropriations bill that provided nearly $28 million in funding in 2022 for activities related to spent fuel storage, including consent-based siting. In addition, the Department of Energy has indicated it has plans to launch a process for consent-based siting in the near future. Closer to home, Congressman Mike Levin has announced the formation of the Bipartisan Spent Nuclear Fuel Coalition and Caucus, along with Congressman Rodney Davis of Illinois. These developments underscore the need for San Diego County stakeholders to speak with a unified voice and advocate on this important issue. That is one reason why the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now is growing in San Diego County. Recently, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors unanimously voted to join the coalition. In doing so, they joined the County of Orange and more than 160 other governments, elected officials, environmental groups, labor leaders, Native American leaders, business organizations, and other community members who are now members of the coalition. We have also continued to build the support in a bipartisan nature throughout the region and are now poised for a meaningful role in the future. Discussions regarding this will allow for the removal of the spent fuel from our coastline. The city's Environmental Commission is prepared to take up this issue tomorrow. And in doing so, we believe that joining the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now is the best way for the city of Encinitas to support congressional efforts to open a consent-based process, as well as finding a permanent national repository for the disposal of our nation's nuclear fuel. The coalition is eager to work with the city and would welcome the opportunity to meet with council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity.
And Mayor, that does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a report from closed session.
There were 2 items for significant exposure on the closed session, one involving Sunshine Gardens project, the other regarding the Encinitas Boulevard apartments, and there's no reportable action.
Thank you. Now we have any changes to the posted agenda.
Mayor, there are no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving to the consent calendar, items 8F and 8G have been removed by the public.
I'll move the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Okay, you can start voting. Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8F.
How many speakers do we have on 8F?
Approximately
9, okay. Jennifer, would you like to do a brief staff report?
We'll have Christian go ahead and do a brief staff report tonight.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. The items before you is consideration of approval for the use agreement between the City of Encinitas, Jewish Family Service to operate a safe parking program at the Encinitas Community and Senior Center located at 1140 Oak Crest Park Drive for a maximum of 25 vehicles, accommodating households living in their vehicles. On September 29th, staff was directed to return to City Council with the safe parking use agreement to be located at the Encinitas Community and Senior Center. City Council also introduced ordinance number 2021-09 to establish reasonable local standards and procedures for operation of a safe parking lot. Recommended action is adopt the ordinance number 2021-09, establishing reasonable local standards and procedures for operation of a safe parking lot. Adoption resolution number 2021-89, confirming the existence of a shelter crisis and taking actions to approve the establishment of a safe parking program. And approve the use agreement between the City of Encinitas, Jewish Family Services for the purpose of operating a safe parking program. Chris Olson, the Chief of Staff for the Jewish Family Service, is present to answer any safe parking program questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and hear from the speakers.
Okay, again, I'll call you three at a time, and you do have 3 minutes. The first speaker is Becky Stumpfig, followed by Geraldine Kessler, and then Natalie Setoon.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I truly appreciate the time to speak tonight. My name is Becky Stumpfig. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist with a practice in Encinitas and a mom of 2 boys. My oldest son attends Oak Crest Middle School as a 7th grader. In the short time I've had to learn about the Safe Lot, I have learned a lot. I've taken it upon myself to do some research. I have learned that I'm a huge supporter of the program. I think it's wonderful, and I see a need for it. I am very concerned about the proposed relocation at the Community and Senior Center. What I've also learned, I'm not worried about the residents of the Safe Lot. I'm truly not. I believe in the screening process. I think it's very thorough. I'm worried about the uncontrolled factor and the people showing up wanting information and how to become part of the Safe Lot during school hours, not knowing where to go, maybe not having a computer, not having the phone number of Jewish Family Services, and simply wandering into my son's school. That, I'm told, that has already happened at least one time. Somebody wandered in without a mask on, asking how to sign up. Anecdotally, many parents and I have noted that people who appear to be living in their cars are already in the parking lot. I don't know if that was already happening before, but we're just about 6 weeks out, and I know it's happening now. So my goal is to prevent the uncontrolled factor. My primary goal would be to not have it relocate to this spot. If it does relocate, I'm asking for 4 requests. I respectfully request the mayor and city council to consider providing security during school hours in the location. I understand Jewish Family Services pays for it out of their budget right now. I would like to see the city and/or Jewish Family Services to pay for security during school hours. I would like to see a gate. The glaring difference between the current site and the proposed site is a lack of any ability to open and close the lot. I would love to see a gate simply around the Safe Lot area, not the entire parking lot. I would like to see the trail that kids take early in the morning overlapping with Safe Lot hours closed so they don't walk through the Safe Lot, also for the privacy of the residents of the Safe Lot. And I would like some signage put up with a phone number of who we should call if we see something suspicious going on, or if we just see people that look like they might need information on the program. Who should we call? Do we call the sheriff? Do we call Jewish Family Services? Do we call the city? Do we walk into the center? So those are my requests. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I would like to address the recent city council vote that is coming up to move the homeless or the unsheltered parking lot to Encinitas community parking lot. First, I was shocked that our neighborhood and community had not heard anything about this. It seems like the right thing to do to notify the neighborhood. Even as heartless as Brian Staver is, he had discreetly posted a sign on Melba in January or December to let us know about his environmental nightmare housing project. I have been listening since January to the city council meetings because of the Staver project on Melba, and I would say consistently there is always public comments that are negative about the homeless parking lot on the in the Saxony neighborhood and surrounding areas such as Cottonwood Creek. Though this did not impact me directly, I empathize with both sides. I know people that deliver meals to the program and are very supportive of this program and the goals, but they are not directly impacted by the program because they live on the other side of town. I also thought from the last city council meeting that this was on the agenda, that the city was looking for support services through the county. It sounded like they were going to be moving it into a county-run site, as I understood that the parking lot was only temporary fix for the homeless crisis, if we have one. I wonder if the city had been able to secure a more permanent location for the unsheltered with a roof over their head rather than sleeping in their cars. The program was explained to me that was only temporary, like a Band-Aid. I have seen several vacant buildings in the community since COVID. Perhaps one of those could be used. I can't imagine being homeless, sorry, what people are going through, but I believe it is a complex set of issues to deal with, and I'm in healthcare and I see it every day, and I think that there are many layers that people have to deal with being homeless, and many services should be provided. Maybe the city could ask for assistance from the community to provide answers. We are the people directly impacted, along with the unsheltered, of course. There was a forum to discuss this several years ago. Perhaps it's time to open it up to the public again and ask them what would serve the community for the unsheltered population in Encinitas. Please help me understand how this location was chosen. The people using this location will be woken up by the fire department all night long with the sirens. And I just need to inform my neighbors about why you chose this location and why is it moving from Saxony, because it was just kind of sprung on us. Thanks for listening.
Next speaker is Natalie Satoon, followed by Bob Kent, and then Julie Thunder.
Hello. My daughter attended Oakcrest, where she walked to and from school. Back in June, I was rushed and assaulted by a male van lifer outside of our home near Oakcrest. He testified that he was drawn here because of his perception of the permissive culture Encinitas exudes. My attorney elicited testimony of his knowledge of the homeless lot, which he did not seek or desire services of. Just one of his charges is a misdemeanor sex crime carrying a 10-year sex offender registry penalty. This is violent behavior associated with homelessness. He threatened to stalk me, rob me, and watch my house. Indeed, he did, violating the restraining order 4 times. And when the judge reminded him that he must comply, he didn't have the mental acuity to understand wrongdoing. The soft position our council takes with unsheltered and transients leaves residents vulnerable to crime with homelessness. JFS has already advertised this location with a bird's eye view of Oakcrest. This measure alone markets the area as an ideal location for homeless refuge. Our council has now voted to relocate the lot in the immediate proximity of the most susceptible, our children. As of tonight, most susceptible, our children, and most precious. Our council strenuously asserts that only well-screened participants would be adjacent to students during non-school hours. In reality, folks will likely remain in the neighborhoods or in the park behind the school during hours the homeless lot is closed. Gas is $4.50 a gallon. These folks do not have the financial means to travel far from the perimeter. Many students walk home or to the Boys and Girls Club for after-school programs. What the council blindly disregards is transient crowd who migrates to the areas designated for participants. Being accosted took 1 second, one very expected second. What happened to me, if this happened to a child, this would have been a felony. We cannot afford unconscionable risk or liability to trust locating a homeless lot within the direct confines of Oakcrest is in the best interest of our children. It is the obligation of our council to protect the students who cannot protect themselves and find a more suitable location. Thank you.
Do I just start talking? Yes, of course. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Bob Kent, Encinitas resident, member of Keys for Homes. We support the recent council decision to relocate the safe parking program to the Encinitas Community Center to ensure the continuation of this successful program. As we work to solve our housing affordability challenges, many lower income households are still without a strong financial footing and are living one paycheck, one car repair, or medical emergency away from not being able to pay their rent. So now more than ever, having a safe, reliable, and dignified place to sleep at night is critically important for those individuals and families who are unfortunately living in their vehicles. Many who are seniors, almost all who are experiencing homelessness for the first time, while many continue to work. And also, we should not conflate the clients served by the Safe Parking Program with people who unfortunately experience chronic homelessness. The Safe Parking Program is the last rung of homelessness prevention. The program thoroughly vets all clients, and through JFS Case Management Services have demonstrated success, having helped 63% of the households find their own individual pathway back to more stable housing, along with a primary emphasis on the security and safety of both the clients and the surrounding neighborhood. Also, moving forward, I hope the city, JFS, and the school district will have dialogue and open lines of communication, and will evaluate the kinds of recommendations from the first speaker. I think we can always look at programs and improve them. Thank you to Leashtag Foundation and JFS, and thank you to the mayor and city council for your leadership in helping our unhoused individuals and families here in Encinitas. Let's continue to do our part by helping others who are less fortunate. I respectfully request that you adopt the staff recommended actions to continue the operation of the Safe Parking Program. Thank you.
Next speaker is Julie Thunder. She'll be followed by Steve Gherkin and then Ruben Flores.
Excuse me. I'm not here to demonize the homeless. Being homeless is not a crime. But some behaviors associated with homelessness adversely affect the safety and security of residents. Our concerns are legitimate, and this council should be responding to them. You invited the regional homeless parking lot here last year. 18 months later, you refused to acknowledge the rise in crime that the city is experiencing, even going to the lengths of asking Captain Taft to manipulate a report on crime in order to obscure the reality. We now know that in his famous crime report, he was asked to exclude Lazy Acres Shopping Center, the Smart and Final Shopping Center, OG's, and Cottonwood Creek Park, which is where many of the problems are. You then use this report stating that there's been no increase in crime to promote the homeless parking lot and to defend its move to an area with multiple children's programs. I'm not saying that the clients sleeping in the lot are criminals. I don't really know, but neither do you. But when you invited the lot here, the message was sent. Encinitas has resources for the homeless and a free place to park. And anyone with their eyes open saw our numbers go up. Any policy response to homelessness should protect the residents from these antisocial behaviors and should not use Martin v. Boise as an excuse. There are ways that you're ignoring to satisfy that obligation. To start, you could place the lot in the wide open parking lot at Miracosta. It's away from children's programs and it's owned by the county, the agency in charge of our social services. Then you could actively enforce our own laws that are already on the books, including no sleeping in vehicles to move along the car campers that refuse to sleep in the lot. Third, you could follow the city of Coronado. They established a relationship with a shelter that already, outside of the city, that already provides social services, meals, and a bed. And when an unsheltered person is found sleeping in one of their parks or on a sidewalk, that person is driven to the shelter and the city pays for their initial stay. Thank you.
There is a
presentation that I submitted to the IT staff that they said they had completed the work ticket. It would be Gherkin PDF agenda item 8F. Thank you. Would you go to the, will you run the slides or do I? I'll advance it. If you'd advance to the next slide, please. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Everything the JFS, the Jewish Family Services, has said about their operation of a safe parking program, homeless shelter, sounds like a good program, benefiting those in North San Diego County who may be experiencing homelessness for the first time. I'm not here to talk about the program. I'm here to talk about transparency for my Encinitas government. If you see the slide, each of those little pins represents a neighboring property. There's actually one at the top, the Girls and Boys Club, that got clipped. Views of this property from Google Earth show these properties are less than 500 feet away from the project. And yet they state no one showed up at the City Council hearing to talk about this. SDUSHD stated they hadn't been notified. The school district liaison committee was not informed, and calls from schools officials were not returned. Were there mistakes by either party that need to be part of a lessons learned session in civic government? Are our ethical boundaries limited only to what is defined by the law? Next slide, please. Quickly running into the California Fair Political Practices Commission, Regulation 18702.2, which undoubtedly you review occasionally. I'll jump to it to say that it says in part that a decision by a government entity will have a material impact on the official property's interest if it would change the parcel's development potential, income-producing potential, highest best use, market value, or if it would change the parcel's character by substantially altering traffic levels, intensity of use, parking, view, privacy, noise levels, or air quality. I ask you, are there any city staff or public officials that might have a disqualifying conflict of interest? And does the city's public officials' duty to disclose stop at 500 or 1,000 feet? Next slide, please. Input on the, this is about input on the senior center. This is a city email from staff to Jewish Family Services stating in May of this year that after consideration, staff is no longer requesting direction from City Council on the use of the community and senior center. However, they are still pursuing it as one of the JFS options. So was council aware of the staff action regarding the site selection? What were the other sites that the staff was considering? Why was JFS recommending city sites for the city staff to consider? Please discuss how the community center became the site of choice based on the staff communication. Next slide, please. We've heard other sites be mentioned. Why not Pacific View? Beautiful property, no neighbors to the west, fenced, parking, quiet. What other sites were considered? I wish we were told. Next slide, please. Just curious why the director of planning would say, we have no time to discuss this. This is the email from the director to staff on September 1. In conclusion, I'll say, as elected officials, you want to require transparency from our city government. So this is a pivotal agenda item. The policy for homeland programs are published, and yet when the programs are being considered, why wouldn't the city discuss them? There may be a legal reason why the city can do this, but I think it's important that the city discuss novel, complex, and highly controversial matters, regardless of what the law allows. That would make for open and transparent government. Thank you.
There's very little that I can add to what Steve very eloquently said and what Julie mentioned earlier. So I simply want to ask the council to deny approval of the use agreement between the City of Encinitas and Jewish Family Services for the purposes of operating the safe parking lot in the current location that is being chosen to be located. All of the citizens of Encinitas that I know are very compassionate individuals that care about their community. That's why we're here. We do care about those who are less fortunate and don't have a home and have to spend the night in a safe location. And we applaud the existence of these programs. As we have spoken, you've heard, we're very concerned about the process that was followed to choose this site. Tony and Joy brought up this issue during the discussion at the prior meeting when this site was approved, and it was clear that there wasn't communication with the adjacent sites or the schools. So I ask you to consider not approving this use, being more transparent, and opening up the process whereby this site was selected. This site is not close to me. It doesn't affect me personally, but every person that I've spoken with in New Encinitas is very concerned about the chosen location. Thank you.
Next speakers are Stephanie Huey, followed by Matthew Wheeler, and then Stephanie Wheeler.
Okay to go? All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a mother of 3 young girls, and we are zoned to attend Oakcrest Middle School when the time comes. I first want to make clear that I'm all for the safe parking program. I have deep empathy for anyone in need of this program, and having compassion for our fellow neighbor is at the core of what I stand for. I know this program has been very successful at the Jewish Community Center, and I applaud them for everything that they've done. However, I am uncomfortable and concerned in the lack of transparency that the city had with the school board and school district. When I first heard that the school district and neighboring schools had no idea about this project until a week before the vote, I thought there was no way that's possible. Wouldn't the city want to collaborate with the school district and the school board members? Wouldn't they want what's best for its students? I was also confused as to why Oakcrest Middle School and other neighboring schools were left off the proposal map. As a mother, I'm very concerned that the city is moving forward on something that the school board directly opposes. I'm also concerned that students using this lot before and after school. Will security be present? Will those using the lot be vaccinated? Will they be wearing masks like the students have to at school? What happens to those that want to use the parking lot but don't qualify or just want information on the program? Will they be escorted away from the area so they aren't lingering when students are in school? During this last meeting, Kelly Hinsey shared she was very transparent about this safe parking project and the other locations that they vetted. However, I haven't been able to find that information anywhere. What other locations were considered? Why not the City Hall parking lot? Why not the huge lot at Maricosta? Why not just keep it where it is since it's done so well there? Why the heck would we put it near so many children at all these schools in the area? My hope is that we can have more of an open dialogue and move it to a better location that keeps our students safe. If I have a little more time, I actually have a clip from the school board meeting stating that they oppose this. So.
When you're talking about putting it next to a middle school and not having a middle school on the map, that did raise concerns, and I certainly would welcome an opportunity to really look at this a little bit more robustly to see if a partnership can be made or to see if another site can be located.
I heard the speaker from the city say that they reached out. I didn't receive any emails. This was all new to me last week too. The collaborate, what's the group again that we collaborate together? What's the name of that?
It's the School Liaison Committee, the Encinitas School Liaison Committee.
Who represents us on that committee?
There's actually 3 people that rotate or attend. It's John Adelman, Tina Douglas, and myself.
Did any of you 3 know that this was coming up before last week when you learned of it?
It was not mentioned at the Liaison Committee meeting.
So. All right, thank you.
Hey, I don't have anything new to add that I haven't said at past city council meetings. I just want to say, with all the talk of compassion and patting ourselves on the back about coming up with a solution, in all of your time on the city council, 7 years or more for some of you, how much time, how much money has been spent on building an actual homeless shelter? A place that people can actually sleep with a bed and a roof, as opposed to getting happy about using someone else's money and someone else's resources to let people sleep in cars at night. I don't think that's compassion. I don't think that's dignified. It invites a lot of other issues with the Boise decision. I don't think you guys have spent a single dollar or spent a single minute trying to build an actual homeless shelter like our other neighboring cities have. So I'm sorry, it sounds like fake compassion to me. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Wheeler. I live immediately adjacent to the current location of the homeless parking lot off Saxony, and my kids are on the waiting list at St. John's. And although me and my neighbors have experienced a noticeable increase in crime in our neighborhood, not necessarily from the people sleeping in the lot, but people interested in the lot, that's not my primary driver for my opposition to this parking lot. I'm opposed to this parking lot because our city's entire approach to dealing with the quite obvious and visible increase in the homeless, or should we call drug addicted population, is entirely flawed. The fact is, because of Martin versus Boise, we as a city cannot enforce anti-camping laws unless we can offer a shelter bed. The city declared a shelter crisis in 2018 and is still using it as an excuse today, but to my knowledge, you have not spent a single dollar or even, not spent a single dollar ever on building an actual shelter for homeless people. We're spending tens of millions of dollars on streetscape and protected bike lanes and bollards that bicyclists don't want, but we haven't spent a single dollar of our own money on actually housing the homeless. How do you call that compassionate? The facts show that homeless people migrate to cities with the most permissive policy environment. A study Councilmember Hensy herself cited in a council meeting last year shows that 30% of San Francisco's homeless population migrated to San Francisco after becoming homeless. In Seattle, it's 51%. I personally have met and spoke with homeless people who don't have a car in Encinitas who have chose to come here on the train after hearing that we're the new homeless-friendly town. Having this parking lot while not having a shelter and therefore being able to enforce basic quality of laws like overnight camping advertises to the homeless community that we are open for business, come here and we'll take you. I'm a proponent of housing and helping the homeless, but you're not doing it right. If you keep doing it the progressive West Coast way, nothing is going to improve. Offering more and more services like this lot without an actual shelter and without being able to enforce the law like we're doing now will never work. Not involving families, kids, schools, and is not going to work. It's not going to be successful, and many of us are not going to back down.
Mayor, that does conclude speakers, and then we have 7 individuals who registered opposition to the recommended action but do not wish to speak. So when I call your name, just please raise your hand. T. Garvin Walsh.
I advised the clerk there that I would like to speak.
Oh, what is your name?
Garvin Walsh.
Oh, okay, go right ahead.
And I have a presentation ready. So my name's Garvin Walsh. I live in the District 3, Cardiff of Encinitas. I am happy to hear some very constructive comments preceding this one. I'd like to speak to a subject that's tangential to the issue that's on the agenda tonight, item 8F. It needs to be said that the safe parking lot, which I don't oppose personally, I do oppose the location, but it needs to be said that the safe parking lot is only one aspect of the homeless problem in Encinitas. Now is not the time to go into great length, to dwell at length on on what is clearly a complex issue. But it needs to be said that this city is not addressing the full scope of the problem. I ask you all to view a set of images, pictures that have been taken in Encinitas in the last 4 months. This is part of the homeless problem in Encinitas. It's a critical reality, and it needs to be rectified. This is a situation that was in the news, the local social media recently. It persisted for quite a long time until this individual left. It's believed that all that material there is a collection of bicycles that are believed to have been stolen and throughout the city. Next slide, please. This is a van dwelling, illegal dwelling on the street. The ordinance in Encinitas prohibits this sort of thing on an overnight basis in Encinitas, and here it is right by the Cardiff Library. Next slide, please. This is another example of a work of art, which is housing a group of campers in Leucadia. Its mere presence on the street overnight is a violation of our law. Next slide, please. Here's a individual who was caught on the beach engaged in some petty theft. Fortunately, that's all it was, but there's reports of similar situations often throughout the city. You should be aware of it. Next slide, please. This is a situation that arose, which unfortunately you're all aware of. It made the news. It brought more attention to the problem in the city. But as you're aware, there was a shooting, and unfortunately, an individual died. That individual paid the ultimate price, but the officers involved in the shooting had the same have to live with it as well. Next slide, please. 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 Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. 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 These are unpleasant, but they need to be seen. Next. This is human feces on the wall in downtown Encinitas. Next. More of the same. Next. More of the same. Next. This is a tangential issue to the one that's brought up tonight, but it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
And I believe that concludes speakers. And so we do have 6 individuals who registered opposition but do not wish to speak. Kathy Ferguson, if you just raise your hand. You see her raise her hand. Christy Clark. They may be outside. Paul Clark. Annie Jacinto. How about Blake Human? And Carrie Human? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the comments today. I know that this issue is one that, along with housing, homelessness and housing, I think are the 2 issues that divide our community most deeply and in the most heartfelt way. And I have spoken extensively about why I support this program and my feeling about it, but I will share a little bit today because some of you may be new or haven't heard it before, and I think it's important that I express the reasons that I continue to support this program. I do see that homelessness is a problem all throughout our state, and our city is no exception, and we have people who unfortunately are living unsheltered. And I don't see that there's anyone who benefits from that. I don't think anybody likes to have their public spaces filled with people living in them. I don't think people like to live outside. I don't think the Caltrans right-of-way or a city park or our downtown streets are homes. And I think that people do deserve to have homes. And we, at all levels, from the top elected officials to every single level of government, to individual people, should be working on this, because I see it as one of our biggest problems. And I think that when I think about my role as the mayor in the city of Encinitas, I do think about what can I do, what is possible, because this public policy work is the art of the possible. And this is something that we can do to help some people. And we have been helping people for 1.5 years at the Leach Tag Foundation with Jewish Family Service, who's been doing yeoman's work, helping people get back into homes when they used to have homes and lost them and have started living in their car. And I've toured the one that we have here. I toured the one, they run several of them successfully in San Diego. I toured one of those. I talked to some of the people who are staying in there. And a lot of people feel a lot of shame and embarrassment that they're there. And the social workers are helping them reckon with the circumstances they find themselves in, that they had a home and they have lost it, and they need to be reunited with family, or they need to reprioritize their finances, or they need to find different roommates or consider different locations, all the many things that strike people. And it's really important to just think about the statistics of the lot as it's been running in Encinitas. More than 50% are seniors. So these people are over 60. A lot of them are in the circumstance where their Social Security check can't cover a rent, and they want to stay in the communities that they live in. Most people, it's really a misconception that people move around to be in really desirable places to be homeless, because people want to stay in the places where they have connections. They have schools, they have their work, they have their faith community, they grew up there. And so when you think about what is it that we can do at the city level, having this safe parking program is something that the city can say yes to. And I appreciate the comments that challenge us to say, why aren't you building a shelter? And I think that's a great question. And I think we also need to ask our community, where would you accept a shelter? Where would you be able to say that's okay to have a shelter? And I think from going through the process of the Safe Parking Program at the Leach Tag Foundation, there were a lot of reasons not to have it there too. I mean, every single place in the city has people who are opposed to it, and people say they support the program in general, but then are opposed to that specific location. I don't think there's a place that we would have uniform agreement is the best place. I think we know from the statistics that the program does not actually have criminals. I mean, I think people, there was a great comment at the city council meeting when we made this decision a few weeks ago where she said, your neighbor is less vetted than the people in the slot. Your neighbor could be on the sex offender list. Your neighbor could be a criminal, but your neighbor it has money. That's really the only difference. The people who are staying in this parking lot are staying there because they need a safe place to stay at night. And they have been staying on the street or in somebody's driveway, or, we saw the gentleman at the end showed a lot of pictures of people who do need help. And so recognizing that this program is not dangerous to the community and is providing real help to people, I want to continue supporting it at the place that we have directed our city staff to work with the social service provider, which is JFS, to find a place that makes the most sense in the city. And this location is at the senior and community center. This safe parking program largely, as I said, serves seniors. We have a number of programs that help needy seniors already that are largely uncontroversial, like, for example, free lunches. If you go to the free lunches for seniors at the senior center, those people are struggling. Those are people who are not able to afford their lunch. And we're helping them, and they're driving into the parking lot or otherwise getting there and going inside and getting lunch in the same way the people who need the Out and About program. Those people don't have a way to get around to where they need to go to do their life. These programs are operating without controversy, very successfully helping people in our community at our senior and community center. And I think this program will add to that. It will be a way that we're helping people in a location that is compatible and that is mission-driven. Other places like Miracosta and Scripps Hospital and the golf course, they're not raising their hand to host this program. There's no mission alignment with those places. I have spoken to leaders at all these different levels, and none of them are saying, we would love to host this at our site. So when the city says this is something that we think would benefit people, we recognize that we're a very high-income community that has a very high cost of living. We struggle with almost every housing development, including the one that we're going to be dealing with next on our agenda, that we don't have a lot of affordable places to live. And so the fact that some people end up without a place to live in this community makes sense. And it's only 25 spots. So I do encourage us and challenge us to consider a shelter, to consider all sorts of housing options that are at every range, and to hope that people don't continue having to live in their car. I mean, that's really sounds terrible. You envision having to figure that out, but at least they'll get a good night's sleep. And when you get a good night's sleep, you can get your life back in order. And when you don't get a good night's sleep again and again and again, it's really tough. And so I continue to support this program, and I'm sorry that we're unable to find more consensus around it. I think as a community, I know this is replicated in communities all over the state. It's one of the reasons we struggle to house people and to have places for the unsheltered, is because as communities, we're so divided over what to do about it. I don't see it as reasonable to just say we should have a law enforcement only approach, or it's another level of government's problem, because ultimately it is the city who needs to be dealing with it. And so we are stepping up to say yes to something that I think is a good, and I'm grateful for the partners who help us provide it, like Jewish Family Service, Leach Tag Foundation, and I hope that other communities follow our lead, and they also help the residents in their city in these ways. So I'm going to make the motion to approve this item. And now I'll call on the deputy mayor.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I have to say that almost everything you said I totally agree with. What you left out of what you were saying is that the process that we undertook was flawed. It lacked transparency. We did not engage the school district or St. John's School or any of the neighbors directly. We posted a notice, we posted the agenda, and that was it. We didn't conduct a CPP. There are just a number of things that this city does in regular course of business that we neglected to do in this particular case. And as I said, when we were last considering this item, I support the program. I'm very proud of the homeless action plan that we've adopted. I do consider this to be an important part of that. Yes, there are other things that we need to step up and do, and I hope that as part of that plan, we will continue to make progress in that way. But again, with a pledge from Leach Tag to continue to host, we decided last meeting to move forward and execute this agreement without really engaging the community in a beneficial way. And so tonight I will continue to oppose entering into this agreement. But what I would like to also do is ask you, Madam Mayor, or any of my colleagues, if this particular agreement is for a period of from December 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, what conversation will we have before this agreement is extended again? And will we engage the community in a more robust way before we extend this agreement?
I mean, I think the agreement duration is partly about the Jewish Family Service grant that they get. So if their grant isn't renewed, we could have a conversation about funding $350,000 or the amount per year. Maybe that amount is wrong, but from our general fund, and hiring social workers and doing all the things that they currently do. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in 6 months, but I do know that a lot of the discussion around it is based on the grant.
Well, so I guess I need to clarify the question. Do you anticipate extending this agreement without the conversation that I think is sorely needed in this particular instance? Or is this a done deal and it will be permanent until the JFS grant is over?
I mean, I would anticipate that staff is continuing to work with the school districts to make sure that as this is kind of being rolled out, that we're making sure that if there are any unintended consequences, that we're addressing it in the procedures and standards, which is exactly what we've done previously when it was hosted at Leach Tag. And so I would expect that. And perhaps we have quarterly updates as we had previously for the last couple of years on the status. And so if we hear that something comes up that's unaddressed, that we can jump on it right away. But Madam Mayor, I'm next in the queue if the Deputy Mayor is done with his comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so just briefly, we had this conversation last week, but I did want to say that I support this this item. JFS came along at a time last time when we sorely needed them. We need to do more, as has been said. We need to do more to make sure that we don't have unhoused folks on our streets. There are consequences of that. With the financial downturn that we've recently experienced, one of the worst recessions that we've had, unfortunately, the entire state of California is seeing more unhoused and more food insecure people in our state. It's incumbent on us to do something about that. And just like any other complex problem, what happens is a lot of times people just disagree. We go in circles about what the solutions are. There are data-proven solutions for this issue. Not all folks find themselves on the streets for the same reason. But in this program, we are addressing people that are just about newly unhoused. People are just falling behind. They're sleeping in their cars. They're not mentally ill. They're not criminals. They're not drug-addicted folks. They're people just like you and I that have fallen on bad times, and they're sleeping in their car. They're sleeping in their cars now. They're sleeping in their cars now. Go to the Ralph Shopping Center. Go to any number of the parking lots along Belore. Go to the churches there. They're sleeping in their cars now, and we're helping them now. This is a program that's going to be a safe parking lot. So when the seniors, when the seniors or anybody else is in this program, they have a safe place to stay, and they have wraparound services that are going to try to give them a hand up so that they don't go down the spiral of further being unhoused and mentally unstable. It's better, more efficient to address this issue now than it is to address it later on. And so I am absolutely in support of this program, but I do think, as several of the speakers have said, that we should make sure that we're tightening up, and that this is the issue before us tonight, right? The contracts that we have, the procedures and standards. And we should make sure that those procedures and standards are as tight as possible, and that everything that we can potentially envision, right? And I'm looking at JFS too, everything that we could potentially envision is addressed in those contracts. Those contracts were fairly tight when we had a leash tag and we didn't have issues. And we also adjusted to the realities on the ground. And so I expect that we're going to do the same this time around. There were some speakers that talked about, information. So if somebody comes to the gate and says, I heard you have a safe parking program, but I haven't been cleared to be in this. How do I get to this program? I think that we should be able to have information on site. I think that's a good idea. I think the security that some of the folks have talked about, the trail that Steve and others have talked about that cut through this facility, even though in theory, there should be no parked cars at the time that school starts. I think that we should take that into consideration. And as the deputy mayor said, I think that we should basically learn, as this program is in play and is actually working, we should monitor it to learn what we haven't basically addressed and make sure that we address it. So I hope that we're having, constant communication with all the various parties, and that it's coming back to the city council to look at on a regular basis. One other note, which was the, I don't know if this was said before, and I don't know if the city manager or anybody wants to talk about the various sites that were looked at, but there were no other sites. I mean, there are potential sites in the future, but there were no other sites. Although this site was a site that we had looked at the first go-around, so it was vetted the first time go-around as well. But I'm not sure if, that's my only other point would be, I do note that there are people that are asking, what did we go through? What was the process that we went through, Madam City Manager, to choose this site? I know the mayor had talked about the mission, the values alignment with this particular community center, senior community center. But I don't know if you want to explain any process that we had gone through.
Thank you, Councilmember Mosca and members of the council. So you're correct, there were not very many sites that came forward during the time period that Jewish Family Services was looking for a new place. So we did, as a staff, look at only city-owned properties. And through a number of looking at the mission alignment as well as the safety of the site, et cetera, honestly, in the end, there was only one site that worked, which was the Senior and Community Center. I believe that there was a mention of Pacific View. We did not recommend Pacific View, but I also believe that Jewish Family Services took a look at Pacific View, our Public Works site, City Hall, and the senior and community center. I mean, it's really, those are our city-owned properties, that's about it. And we concluded that this was the best site because of the mission of the senior and community center and the area of the lower lot of the community center that we thought could nicely house this program. And I also want to say that, that we've given a lot of information and data about the vetting process of the people. I think that there's a fear of that there are criminals in the parking lot or that there's going to be people that go through. I can't alleviate the fears, but we do have a really good background. And then one more thing about Leach Tag. So Leach Tag was very kind to extend their agreement and allow us to remain or have the program remain, but they could no longer support it because of the threats and the disturbances that were caused by not the people in the program, but people who were trying to ensure that it would not stay at Leach Tag. It's really a shame because it was a very, very good spot, but unfortunately, as had been mentioned by several speakers and by some of you, everyone says that they support safe parking, but they don't want it in their neighborhood. So we made a very, I think, courageous recommendation to have it housed at a city facility, the Senior and Community Center, and we stand by that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to hear the level of support that we have heard for the Safe Parking Program. I think it's an excellent program. And I said that 2 weeks ago when we were considering the approval of the program. I think it's a sanctuary for people who are very fragile and helps to prevent them from falling into homelessness. I think a lot of people have already said that, but what I want to mention is that I'm happy to hear the conversation about process and learning more about what has happened, and I'm especially here at the dais. I would like to look at this from this point forward, given that I do support the program. I've spoken with the representatives from JFS and will continue to talk. I think we have the opportunity to have more time to invest in improving our process as we move forward. And I know that you will continue to improve how you're addressing the site that's been chosen. So I just wanted to explain that in this public forum because I am going to vote for this today because I support the program and I support the use agreement, and I want to help continue to question and evolve the dialogue on location because we're committed to this program as a permanent program, and we really want to find a place that works with investment from partners and others. So honestly, I wasn't involved in this decision when we first made it. Looking back over time, I feel that the knowledge of the program has evolved a lot, and it's also received a lot more support from the community. And I would hope that the Jewish Family Services could invest a lot in education and communication to further communicate the value of the program and the conditions that it works within to help people so that they don't fall into homelessness.
Thank you. So I think Councilmember Mosca seconded my motion, so we can go ahead and vote.
Don't have to call anyone. And motion carries with Deputy Mayor Kranz voting no. That takes us to item 8G.
Okay, thank you. 8G is our building electrification item. So we have our sustainability manager, Nahara, is coming to the table there.
And we do have 2 speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Would you like a presentation or?
A brief one, just to orient everybody about what we're talking about.
Yeah, happy to. So this is item 8G. It's the proposed green building ordinance, 2021-13. The recommended action tonight is to adopt the ordinance. You've seen it at 2 public hearings prior to this point. The ordinance is based on the city's climate action plan and 5 of the CAP measures. The ordinance proposes to add requirements for existing residential to increase energy efficiency requirements. It would require new buildings, all new buildings, to install all electric components to the building. And then for non-residential would require energy efficiency, increases in energy efficiency construction for retrofit non-residential buildings. And then for new and retrofit non-residential buildings would require solar photovoltaic to be installed on the roof. At the first hearing, there was a request to remove 3 of the exceptions to the all-electric building requirement. And then also, one thing that was added was some language to clarify when projects are vested. And I'll clarify that what is currently written in the ordinance is that any discretionary or non-discretionary project that has submitted a building permit application to the city as of the adoption date of the ordinance would be exempt from the ordinance, and any applications received after the adoption date would need to comply with the ordinance. If the item is adopted tonight, if the ordinance is adopted tonight, the final version would go to the California Energy Commission for approval. That approval takes approximately 2 to 3 months. We've consulted with staff at the California Energy Commission and anticipate that we could likely see the item at their December meeting and have the effective date of our ordinance be at the date of that meeting in December, mid-December. That concludes my presentation, and happy to take any questions. We also have Scott Anders here from the Energy Policy Initiative Center, who can also take technical questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go ahead with the public speakers.
Okay, we do have 2. The first speaker is Mia Boardman-Smith, followed by Robert Kenyon, and you each have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of my brother and his wife and my sister and her husband, so I'm reading letters from them, written by them. My name is John Boardman. I am representing my family as the owner and future resident of the property located at 539 Hermes Avenue in Leucadia. I'm here today to speak in support of a proposed amendment to Ordinance 2021-13, which would clarify the implementation of Section 2G of the ordinance. The amendment provides for an effective date of the provisions of Section 2G, which is concurrent with the effective date prescribed in Section 4 of the ordinance. That date would be 30 days following the expected adoption of the ordinance in the main at tonight's meeting. The requested amendment is both practical and reasonable. First, it clarifies a conflict between the 2 sections of the ordinance as it is now drafted. Second, the amendment recognizes through a reasonable time frame for implementation the council's desire to expeditiously implement its important set of policy goals set forth in the ordinance. It is no secret that circumstances resulting from the pandemic have had an impact on the Development Services Department's approval process. Though this is no one's fault, the fact is that the timeline for approval of projects has been significantly extended. Our project, as an example, began with informal engagement of the department in June 2020, with the submission for formal approval filed on January 5 of this year. We only just received our discretionary approval on September 28, excuse me. The compromise effective date of November 13, as provided in the amendment, a change of only 30 days, is still a significantly shorter overall implementation timeframe than any other California jurisdictions enacting similar legislation. The de minimis time adjustment respects the council's good intentions for swift implementation and acknowledges the realities experienced by those of us making our way through the current approval process. I urge your support of this practical, reasonable, and fair amendment. Thank you for your time and consideration. The second one is from my sister and her husband. This letter is on behalf of Jim and Amy Davis, building our dream home at 541 Hermes Avenue. We have always dreamed and planned to move back and retire to San Diego, where we met 32 years ago. We have acquired property, engaged GLC architecture, and started making our dreams closer to reality. For us, this process began June 2020. We have detailed architectural plans, landscaping, and structural engineers engaged with the investment of considerable hours and significant financial commitment to join the Encinitas community. As I'm sure you are aware, the COVID pandemic has caused significant delays in the permitting process. Now we are faced with new ordinance that significantly impacts what we have envisioned for our home. We have already taken care in designing a home that would be conscious of environmental impact. Now, as we are trying to move forward with this long, arduous application process, we have been caught in the crosshairs of evolving rules of compliance.
Thank you for your comments.
They are asking for the same amendment.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Kenyon. I rise in strong opposition to Council Item 8G, Ordinance 2021-13. This ordinance effectively bans natural gas for new residential buildings or ADU. It is my opinion that to pass this ordinance would be utter stupidity. This ordinance forces new building owners to heat buildings by buying electricity from SDG&E, the worst run and highest price provider of electricity in the nation. People cannot afford to heat their houses with electricity from SDG&E at the rates, and we know they will just go up and up. It seems every time I open my electric bill, SDG&E has another rate application that will bamboozle the regulators and get approved. Natural gas, on the other hand, is in abundance and relatively cheap. In order to heat with electricity, the state of California requires the houses or ADUs to be built to a higher energy standard. This means more expensive materials and building methods just for the privilege of heating with electricity that we really don't want to do in the first place. This amounts to just one more hidden tax on the residents and the renters of Encinitas. It is interesting to note that most of California's electricity comes from the burning of natural gas. Encinitas' neighbor Carlsbad has just completed a new gas-fired generating station to produce electricity. Arguably, most of the electricity needed to heat these new residences and the ADUs will come from the burning of natural gas at the Carlsbad plant. So forcing cheap natural gas to replace by expensive electricity accomplishes nothing. You, City Council, are supposed to be representing the Encinitas residents. How does banning natural gas accomplish this? All that this ordinance does is to make Encinitas a more expensive place to live. You are removing options from people wishing to build and live in Encinitas. I urge you to reject this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. So I was in touch with John Boardman, who wrote the letter read by Mia. He and I engaged pretty extensively in looking at this ordinance and hearing about his specific circumstance. There was another family in District 2 who reached out to all of us as council members, and I spoke with them and learned about their situation too. So I am proposing tonight a little bit of a modification to the ordinance that we have in front of us, and that would be to be able to better apply this code to folks like Mia's family who have received their discretionary approval, they've got their CDP, and they just weren't able to get a full building application in time. So what I had spoken about at the last meeting was that it was really important that we not move the goalposts on people who have already moved into this level of approval. And it's true, we've had a lot of pandemic-related delays. A lot of these reasons why they weren't able to submit their building permits by today was due to delays outside of their hands. So what I suggest is that and the last part I would mention is that they're very supportive of this ordinance. They're excited to have, to have this as part of our city. But we're still gonna have to wait for the CEC to make this ordinance effective. So in that time that we have between now and then, I'm just proposing we change the language so that folks like these families would be able to have a little bit more time to turn in their building permits, that our staff would have a little bit more time to be able to accommodate that and turn back comments to them. And so I can read my suggested motion here, but just at the high level, it's changing the date of applicability from today's date, which is the day that we would adopt it, to the day that it becomes effective, which is the day that we get approval from the CEC.
Go ahead and read it so we know what we're talking about.
So my motion is to introduce this ordinance tonight, amended to revise the applicability date, and I can read out those sections if it's helpful, to the effective date rather than the adoption date. Direct staff to bring back the ordinance 2021-13 to City Council for adoption as soon as legally and feasibly possible.
And I have my hand up to second that.
Okay, great, thank you. Do you want to speak to or just a second?
I just would follow up by saying I think this is a smart way to go. It has to do with the cost of doing business in our city, and we should be sensitive to people who have already spent a good deal of money, resources, time already in the queue, and I think this addresses that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosca.
I just have some questions. I mean, I think that we tried the last time to make sure that anybody, knowing that with the pandemic and everything that was going on, that we wanted to ensure that folks that were in the queue, that they weren't, surprised and unfairly treated, and that they were able to get through with what they thought that they could do. Although I would say that just being in a queue normally does not necessarily give them any reliance that the building standards aren't going to change. And that's normal. I mean, that's normal. If you hired a professional, you would know that once you basically, make application, that doesn't mean that the building standards, the state of California or anybody else is not going to change the building standards. But I do respect what you're saying. And so the only question I have would be for staff, and I see Crystal over there, who I just want to thank staff again for putting together an amazing ordinance that is in sync with our climate action plan. And so thank you for everything you've done. My question is with the CEC process, if we basically, I would assume this is going to be, for city attorney, I assume this is going to be a substantive change. Does that mean that it's got to come back for another agenda item, that we can't pass it today?
You would not be able to pass it today. What you would be doing is introducing the ordinance with the change, and you would have to bring it back for
a second reading?
Yes.
On the next, does it have to be aged? When can it come back?
It can come back as soon as we can legally get it done and make sure that we comply with all noticing requirements.
So is that 30 days? What's legally done? Is that 30 days?
Not the next meeting, meeting after that, I believe it's 10/27.
All right. So how is that gonna delay CEC? Does that mean it's still gonna be on the December agenda?
So we would not be able to make their December meeting, and we would look at their January meeting.
You want to hear from the rest of your colleagues?
Sure.
Okay.
I rest.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I want to make sure everybody's aware that San Diego Community Power, a joint powers authority that the city of Encinitas is part of, will be your provider of electricity come January, I believe it is?
April.
April?
April. Well, if you're a business, we're already providing. If you're the city of Encinitas or any quasi-school districts, we're already providing. But residents of Encinitas will be, as of April, you'll have a choice to either stay with your current provider or go with San Diego Community Power, who can deliver you more renewable energy at a cheaper price.
And Councilmember Mosca is the board chair of the San Diego Community Power, includes City of San Diego, La Mesa, Imperial Beach, and others, I believe, or soon to have others. But in the meantime, you buy gas from San Diego Gas and Electric too. So I think that it's really important that we make this shift. And so I'm happy to vote on this motion. And I would encourage everyone to consider a reduction in the use of natural gas. The energy that you will be getting as part of the San Diego Community Power JPA will be 100% renewable. So we need to continue that trend. The peaker plant that's up in Carlsbad hopefully will not be needed very often. And I agree that it's unfortunate that that was a natural gas peaker plant. So we need to keep working on eliminating the use of fossil fuels. So I look forward to the day that we get there.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just weigh in here. So I'm inclined to support the proposed language that Councilmember Hinsey read. And in large part, truthfully, it comes down to my own reflection on the fact that people's long delay is not just because of the pandemic and supply chain things, it's really because of our city's staffing problems. Like, so, you know, we have really struggled to kind of timely process things. And so some of the people who haven't gotten through this process, I think it does come back on the city for the responsibility. And I mean, she gave in her testimony a few of the dates of when things had happened and then how long they had taken and that kind of thing. So this is a potential delay of 1 month. But to me, it seems like it's reasonable given the fact that we are partly responsible for the fact that they're not already through. So I'm inclined to support that tonight. And it is an alignment of dates that makes them consistent with each other, and it's also more aggressive than every other city in the state when it comes to adoption of electrification ordinances. So I'm really happy we're not putting it out, you know, until 2 years from now or something, but having something that's soon, but it's just a slightly later. So, did you want to say anything else, Councilmember Mosca? Or?
You know, the only other thing that I was going to say, which was kind of dovetailing off of what Deputy Mayor Kranz was saying, is that, you know, the city of Encinitas has had a very broad-based discussion about our climate action plan, which is actually it's gold standard in this region and has won awards. But that action plan calls for 100% renewable energy by 2030. The state of California calls for 100% renewable energy by 2045. That means that buildings that are being built today, tomorrow, which have a useful life of 30, 50 years, they're essentially putting in spending money, putting in resources like gas lines where there's not going to be gas in the future. Right? As a stated goal as a state, we actually said 100% renewable energy. And so actually this is a very extremely prudent move. We're saying right now that what the reality is in the future, methane, one of the most potent greenhouse gases out there, more potent than carbon, that we're basically saying, as for new construction, if you have natural gas now and you like it, keep it. But as for new construction, it doesn't make sense, right? Because we've already stated the goal that for climate regions, we're going to get rid of natural gas as a state. We're going to get rid of carbon as a state. And so why would there be a disconnect in saying, okay, let's continue building buildings with natural gas pipelines? The state's not going to be even investing in pipelines. That system is not going to continue to evolve and be able to deliver natural gas in the future. So I just want to make that point too.
Okay, thank you. So I think we had a motion and a second. Was that a second, Councilmember Lyons? Okay, yes. So let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously. That does conclude the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to take a little break here before we jump into this appeal, which is item 10A, the reason a lot of you are still here. So let's come back at 8:10, and everybody will have 3 minutes to speak. And if you could try to be timely in your comments so that we can move through everybody. We have at least an hour and a half of public comments. So every individual person can speak for up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm just going to go to the restroom and fill up my water. And then I'll be right back. I just told my
Yeah, that's the easy part, but I think, like, at some point, or maybe like at the very end then too, just say, like, how do you want them, they're sitting in the other room, to like poke their head in or whatever, or like, yeah, because I'm gonna, I know, I leave it now, but it's like, I don't know. Is that how many years? Heard it one that didn't have it. I was kind of saying.
I can answer that if you come down here.
Well, we had Bay Area Council in North Charlotte. And their guns from up north.
Clearly, I wasn't thinking.
Oh, you see inside? No. It's only 1,400, 1,458, but with the vaulted ceiling. But we cleaned all this up. We took out so many trees and shrubs. Cut these all back so they look like palms. Took those out. Took this tree out. Third of an acre. And then we're getting rid of this light socket and put can lighting in there. Redoing the cabinets, got a nice slab counter going in. No, like the issue? No. And the wood windows and everything, we're keeping them, they're very nice. But all the other windows in the bedrooms were single pane windows from the 70s, so we're retrofitting to oh, God, yeah. These are all resanded and painted. The counter will be going in. This will be going away. This is paper sanded and
You would have gotten the minute. Have you seen anyone cut down to 30 seconds? It's coming. Yeah, no, never. That's, you can say your name and address. But at some point, yeah, there's a due process issue. I don't know where it happens, but at some point. Everyone will get a minute, and we've only got just got so much time. Yeah, I've never heard of that. That didn't forget. It's sort of strict, and I forget why I didn't follow up on it or that one. I wouldn't. If I was the city attorney, I'd be confident with that. I mean, you know. I mean, I think what you can say is, hey, at 11 o'clock, we're going home, and we'll come back next time, and the people that haven't had a chance to speak can speak then. That water's down the crown. It's fucking it'd be interesting. Hurry up and wait. See you in a couple hours. Yeah, okay.
All right, all right, everybody, we're going to get started soon, or now, so go ahead and find a seat.
I don't know. There were citizens here. I have no idea. Yeah, he just reached out to me yesterday or the day prior. He's followed me as president of the town council.
Okay, we're going to get started here. We have our main action item today, which is 10A, and this is a public hearing to consider 2 timely filed appeals. So I'm going to open the public hearing. It is now open. And we're going to have a staff report first, and then we will proceed with all of the other items on here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Anna Kolamusi. I'm a planning manager here at the city. I'm going to go briefly through some of the slides that were presented at Planning Commission, just to show you what's in the presentation, and then I'll slow down when I get more to the appeals. This is just an aerial photo of the project location. Slide showing that it was is a housing element site known as site number 08, the Goodson-Gaffney site. And as part of the housing element update, it was rezoned to the R30 overlay zone. And the applications this evening are for density bonus, design review permit, and boundary line adjustment. The project scope includes the demolition of existing structures on the site and the construction of 277 units in an apartment building style, leasing area, amenity spaces, and site improvements including grading, parking, and landscaping. This slide here demonstrates the by right qualifications for the project in that it's in the R30 overlay zone, and that 20% of the base density units, exclusive of the density bonus units, are affordable, and that the project does not include a subdivision and therefore qualifies for the by right. Just a brief overview of the sections that were reviewed during this process. They're listed on this slide here. The by right mentioned, and the Housing Accountability Act, density bonus, the R30 development standards, the objective design guidelines, and the general plan, which includes the environmental assessment, and the municipal code. This shows the site access. McCain Lane is the primary vehicular access off of Encinitas Boulevard, and then it shows the 2 emergency access only off of Rancho Santa Fe Road. The project sites within the special study overlay zone, and what the Encinitas Municipal Code says is that Hillside Inland Bluff overlay zone regulations shall apply to all areas within the special study overlay zone where site-specific analysis indicates that 10% or more of the area of a parcel of land exceeds 25% slope. This analysis was conducted, and it was determined that it's 9.29% of natural slopes on the site, and evidence was provided regarding some of the manufactured slopes on the site, and staff was in agreement with that determination. The application includes a request to consolidate 4 underlying legal lots into one. The 4 lots on this image here are the green oval shapes, and the resulting lots meet the required net lot area and dimensions of the R30 overlay zone. Parcel 2B, which you'll hear more about later, is not part of the project scope and is a separate legal lot. And this shows the state density bonus law and the applicability and how many concessions that the project is able to request, as well as the waivers and utilizing the parking state density bonus law standards. So through density bonus, the applicant is allowed 2 concessions, incentives pursuant to 23.36.120. Owners shall underground all existing utility distribution facilities, including cable television lines along the frontage of the owner's property. And existing utility lines run along the western property line, across Encinitas Boulevard, as well as along a portion of the northwestern property line. Pursuant to 30-16-010 D7, a masonry wall 6 feet in height shall be required along the project's rear and side property lines unless the property line separates 2 higher density projects. Density bonus law states that the city may require reasonable documentation to establish eligibility for the concession or incentive, or to demonstrate that the incentive or concession meets the definition set forth in subdivision K. The applicant provided reasonable documentation, and given the significant concession requests, the city requested the services of KMA to determine compliance with the density bonus findings. At this time, I'm going to pass the presentation to Paul Mara from KMA to discuss their findings.
Thank you, Anna, and good evening, Mayor Blakespeare and members of the City Council. Paul Mara with Kaiser Marston Associates. We conducted a density bonus analysis of the requested concessions in order to determine if the concessions will result in identifiable and actual cost reductions to provide for affordable rents pursuant to Government Code Section 65915 D1A. Under the original development application, the applicant was requesting a 35% bonus and 2 concessions, as Anna just described, relating to elimination of undergrounding utilities and reduction in the masonry wall requirement. And the applicant proposed to set aside 42 units for low-income households, which has now been revised to 41 in the revised application. KMA prepared an independent financial pro forma analysis for both a base case project scenario and the proposed project scenario. The base case is a project that complies with the existing zoning with 160 market rate units and no affordable units. And the proposed project is the project as was then proposed under the original application. Each pro forma identified development costs, operating income and expenses, and developer return on investment. We applied the return on investment outcome from the base case project as a threshold for the proposed project in order to determine the impact of the affordable units and the requested concessions. We then compare the financial benefits created by the density bonus and the concessions relative to the cost to provide the 42 required units. So we looked at 2 tests in accordance with the government code section. The first test was to identify whether the concessions resulted in identifiable and actual cost reductions. We concluded that they reduced costs 4.9% lower than the base case project on a per unit basis. So indeed, they do result in identifiable and actual cost reductions. And the second test was to compare the net cost to provide the affordable units, which we estimated at $9.4 million, to the value of the density bonus and concessions, which we estimated at $10.2 million. So the value of the density bonus and concessions slightly exceeded the cost to provide the affordable units, about 0.7% of the total development budget. So on that basis, we concluded that the city should allow the concessions as they met both of the tests. If we go to the next slide, thank you. So since that time, as you know, the application was revised. New land area figures were determined both for the gross site area and the net site area, resulting in a change in the unit count, reduced unit count for the proposed project, 1 fewer affordable units, but larger average unit size. So we prepared an addendum to our original report where we reviewed that information, and we determined that the base case scenario became more feasible as a result of those changes, and the proposed project became less feasible. So it actually strengthened the case that the concessions were necessary to offset the cost of providing for the affordable units, and our conclusions remained the same, that the city should allow the requested concessions.
Thank you. So moving on to the waivers, in addition to the concessions, waivers were also requested. I wanted to note the city's history of waiver approval requested by applicants. The table that you see on the screen demonstrates waivers within the city of Encinitas that have been issued for non-R30 sites throughout the years in the first column. And then you should have received a memo on October 11th, and it was also posted to the agenda showing those lists of projects within the past 10 years and those waivers that were requested and approved. The second column identifies the city-approved waivers on R30 sites, which include the 1967 Vulcan and the Sunshine Gardens, both receiving a 35% density bonus. And Sunshine Gardens requested the one additional story, and Vulcan requested the reduction in storage as well as a landscape buffer reduction. Both projects did meet the standard height of the R30 zone. And then the third column lists examples of requested waivers for other R30 sites that are currently in process. So in contrast to the prior waiver requests, the project requested 3 waivers, which are substantials. The first is to exceed height to allow a maximum height of 61.5 feet, where 39 feet is required. And then the second to allow a 5-story structure, and in some locations, 6 stories, where 3 is the standard. And lastly, to reduce the amount of private storage per unit, where 119 storage units are provided and 277 units is the standard. So the requested waivers proposed by the project applicant substantially exceeded the height and story regulations. Based upon the substantial deviation, the city commissioned RRM. The purpose of RRM's analysis was not to provide an alternative design for adoption by the applicant, but rather to determine if all of the development standards proposed to be waived would physically preclude the densities and concessions proposed for the project. So I would like to introduce Scott Martin with RRM for him to go through their findings.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, council members, pleasure being here tonight. Scott Martin, architect and principal at RRM Design Group. And I'm gonna just sort of walk you through our process a little bit to explain a little bit more about what it was we did. We were asked to review the applicant's submittal. With that review, specifically focused on the 3 waivers being requested: the height, the stories, and the unit storage. The question being whether or not the R30 overlay zone development standards would physically preclude a project of same square footage and style to be built on this site. With that, we started with the applicant's plan, and we dived into the project to understand it better. We did not have correspondence with the applicant. It was just a professional opinion and evaluation of the project. I think those two got switched. So next slide, please. Awesome. What we did is we used computer modeling software to recreate the applicant's project. We did this in a massing form, just with overall square footages and uses assigned. You can see that on the right-hand side, based in a 3-dimensionally accurate real-world scale, if you will. And then we align that back to the applicant's project, the proposed square footages on their submitted drawings, and as well as what you see down below, which is a section through the site showing both the height and the stories. In 3 dimensions, this is what it looks like. I get to tell my kid I play with Legos all day because this is often what it ends up looking like. The different colors represent different uses. Included with the applicant's submittal was also an alternative plan, part of the state requirements for density bonus. This alternative plan was done to a similar level of detail and descriptive as what RRM was going to prepare. We found this quite informative and used it as sort of a basis for a concept. What you'll see now before you is an RRM alternative. This is not a different design, it's just a different way to take the same design and apply it to this site in a new manner. This project type is known as what's called a wrap. You'll see a centrally located parking structure, and around that is a series of buildings that sort of latch on to that parking structure for circulation purposes. But our strategy when we were looking at ways to lower the overall project height and number of stories was to spread out more. So you'll see internal courtyards and the building itself being pushed to the boundaries, to the setbacks of the site, keeping in mind some grading. We did not do a full grading analysis, but tried to build off the one submitted from the applicant, and tried to push the project to the boundaries of the setbacks, allowing the overall height to come down as the project became wider. You'll see our revised section there as well. Next slide. What we did is compare these sections three-dimensionally. So on top is the applicant's proposed project. In the middle is their alternative that they prepared. And then you can see our alternative, which we prepared. All three of them taken roughly at the same location, but not exactly. So it is a approximation at best. But you can see the strategy of trying to step up the hill as the topography changes. Here is the three-dimensional proposal perspective of the alternative prepared by RRM. You can see it does take up more of the site at a lower scale. It's very clear in the municipal code, the measurement of height, and that became quite a strategy on how to look at preclusions. In order to clearly define height, you have to know the finished grade next to the building. And so the idea is as the building moves up the hill, your height changes. And that is demonstrated in the bottom portion of this graphic, where as the finished grade climbs, what is 30 feet on one side of the building may become less on the other side of the building. This strategy of working with the natural topography is what allowed us to stair step up the site and create the same amount of square footage. When we looked at the story analysis, we still were not able to get below the required stories of the zoning development standards. In multiple cases, you have to look at both the story definition and the definition of basement. Because you are stepping up the hill, there are portions of the site that daylight and do not count as basements and portions that do. There are then areas within our analysis that led us to have a 4-story building and thusly still would require a story waiver to accomplish that program. The storage analysis, we worked with staff and talked about some ideas and strategies. We think there's a number of ways to create some additional storage either in the parking garage or in pedestrian circulation. That has not been fully vetted, but we did look at a couple ideas that may help the applicant get there. In conclusion, we were able to create the same amount of residential and overall project square footage on the site within the allowed height limit, but not within the allowed number of stories. It was still 1 story in excess of what is allowed, but the same number of square footage was consistent throughout our analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and dive into the background. Planning Commission did hear the project on July 15th, 2021, as well as August 19th. Where they denied the density bonus and the design review permit, and then they approved the boundary line adjustment. You did also receive a memo as well as posted on the agenda of the resolution for the approval for the boundary adjustment that was inadvertently omitted from the original agenda report. So that was sent to you all and posted. 2 timely filed appeals were received, one by Randy Goodson, who is the applicant of the project, as well as from Encinitas Residents for Responsible Development, which I will refer to as ERRD moving forward. I'm going to begin with the Randy Goodson appeals. Start off with the first claim by the appellant that they object to the city's request to provide documentation to justify the physical impediments that preclude the development. And state density bonus law allows for the request for reasonable documentation. But in addition to that, our Encinitas Municipal Code requires the request for reasonable documentation to demonstrate the compliance with state law. Though the applicant did provide the documentation under protest, the requested waivers were much greater than those requested or granted for other projects with similar density bonuses. So the city, again, as I mentioned, and as you heard from RRM, was commissioned. And they did conclude that it would not physically preclude the construction of the project at the density with the exception of the one story. Mr. Goodson's appeal claims that the theoretical project by RRM resulted in an average unit size of 278 to 380 square feet. However, as you had just seen, that it actually maintained the same unit size. A statement was made that the city commissioned RRM to develop possible alternative designs. In response, the scope of RRM was not to develop alternative designs, rather for RRM to analyze requested waivers to determine whether the standards had the effect of physically precluding a development, the common theme this evening. Next, the discussion in the appeal included that of the Wilmer case, and I provided a quote there that was, the statute does not say that what must be precluded is a project with no amenities or that amenities may not be the reason a waiver is needed. This is not the case in this scenario of where RRM's analysis kept the footprint, the product type, the unit size, including the amenities. So that is a different type of analysis. The appellant claims that there are substantive issues with the RRM's evaluation, and that was just presented in the RRM presentation, so I'm going to move on to the next one. And then the architect is VTBS. In their analysis, they further claimed that there was a shortage of square footage and that the square footage of the building and floor height was not quantified. Again, I'll defer to the presentation that you had just heard by RRM. The applicant and appellant has stated that RRM study is measured at 50 feet tall and not meeting height. They further stated that there is inconsistent application of the code between the applicant and RRM relating to height. And the agenda report clarifies that it's the applicant's plans that incorrectly measure height. The definition of building height we just gone over. So there's been a long record of consistent application of building height measurement in all other cases, and most notably including one recently approved by the Planning Commission, designed by the same architect of this project. In that approved project, VTBS measured height consistent with all other projects and consistent with how RRM's study measured height. The claim raised in the appeal is that the applicant states that no findings were made to deny the waiver request. However, I've included an excerpt from the resolution which states that the project was contrary to state law. And the next issue was related to the questioning the authority of affirmatively further fair housing as it relates to our comments that we made regarding the distribution of affordable housing units and bedroom types. But since then, since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has revised their distribution of bedroom counts, which does match our analysis of the city's needs based on bedroom count. And therefore, we did not have an issue. The appellant states the concern of the Planning Commission utilized conflicting reports of the steep slope analysis as the basis of denial. It was incorrectly placed. However, I would like to note that the analysis completed by the applicant regarding steep slopes, as mentioned before, does meet city standards. The next claim relates to the outdoor lighting within Alevenhain. The applicant made statements such as the city not defining what facility is, and that the city is applying swimming pools different for multifamily and single family. And within the Encinitas Municipal Code lighting standards, it specifically defines outdoor recreation facility, and it means any public or private facility providing recreational opportunities. So the apartment complex is proposed to include a swimming pool and other outdoor recreational facilities. The definition further states that the requirements are applicable where lighting is necessary for nighttime use. And the applicant in his appeal also states that lighting is necessary for safety during nighttime use. And then one last thing about this is the California Code of Regulations considers pool in an apartment complex as a public pool. So I thought that was just notable there. The applicant states that the Housing Accountability Act findings are required for this project. However, the project does not meet the 20% affordability under the Housing Accountability Act specifically, because the calculation in the Housing Accountability Act is based on units not excluding density bonus units. So in that instance, it does not meet the 20%. And then my last point regarding this item is that specific adverse impact findings need to be made only when the project complies with the objective criteria. And since the project was found to not meet height and story and storage, then the findings would not be required. The Goodson team states that the city can only review the project based upon objective, quantifiable written development standards, which we believe the city has done. Through density bonus, the project was found to not meet the objective standards of height and story and storage, which are objective. So that was the last of the Goodson appeal, and what I wanted to do was pause for any clarifying questions from staff that you may have regarding solely the Goodson appeal at this time, and then I would continue my presentation for the second appeal received.
Councilmember Mosca.
I just have some initial questions, and that's, if you can go back to, actually, I just turned off my presentation, but if you can go back, there was a slide where it showed, as part of your analysis of slopage, it showed the grades of this parcel, or these multiple parcels. If you could go back to that. Just have a question on that. So based on this map, the city's conclusion is that this is under 10% slopage.
That's correct, 9.2%.
All right, and that number is of importance, because if it was over 10%, then the applicant would have to do additional analysis for steep slopage and would be subject to our hillside ordinance.
That is correct.
All right, up in the corner here, it says not a part of this map. Why is that not a part of the map?
So that specific rectangle is Lot 2B.
All right.
And that was not part of the project scope, so the applicant had omitted that lot.
Was that omitted from the beginning, or when was that omitted?
It was omitted with the last round submittal before Planning Commission.
All right.
So it was included prior.
Previously. So
Yes.
was there an analysis on that as one whole before it was excluded?
Yes.
What was the slopage of the parcels together when that was included?
The slope would exceed the 10%.
And then there would have been additional analysis.
That's
so
correct.
If there was additional analysis, what would the implications of that be for this project?
They would have a couple of options, redesigned to minimize the impact to natural steep slopes. So the maximum is 10% encroachment, and they can redesign to minimize that, or they also have the opportunity to request an additional waiver to exceed that 10%.
All right. So I guess I wasn't around when we actually developed the hillside ordinance, but to me, it would basically be to preserve these hillside and slopage areas, and that it's fundamentally unsafe to construct on some of these. So are you saying that this applicant met the letter of the law? But talk to us a little bit about what the spirit of the law was, and was there anything that was discussed at the time that you could actually have an applicant that could just kind of take part of the parcel out and not be subject to the hillside ordinance? I mean, how does that work?
So what we as staff have to do is review a project that is submitted to us as presented. And so if an applicant chooses to include all or only 1 or 2 or 5 of their parcels that they own, it's what they are coming forward to the city with, and that is the lens in which the city is required to review the project. And your other question?
No, that's it. So essentially, this would have been subject to hillside ordinance, but for the fact that it was changed at the revision to exclude that parcel that would have made it subject to the hillside ordinance.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Following up on that, you said that that 2B parcel was dropped at just prior to the Planning Commission hearing, first Planning Commission hearing?
That's correct. The latest submittal prior to the Planning Commission hearing.
And how many submittals were there before that?
I believe there were 6.
And so during those 6, were we constantly working with the steep slope analysis being greater than 10 and working with the applicant to address the issues related to the steep slope?
There were, I would say, about 2 submittals of discussions, and then subsequent to that, we received information, evidence that had the staff question a small portion because they were making a statement that there were manufactured slopes. And when we, in fact, looked further into that evidence that was provided, we had determined that it, in fact, was natural and not manufactured slope, and therefore that triggered the increase to just over 10%.
And so you mentioned when we were going through the presentation that there was going to be further discussion of 2B, and that is coming up as part of the lot consolidation conversation, or?
That's correct. So because that was part of ERRD's appeal, that will be in my next half of the presentation.
Thank you.
That concludes questions from the council right now.
Okay, thank you. Give me a second to get to my slide. Apologize if that's making anyone dizzy. Okay, so we are moving on to the ERRD appeal points. The appellant states that the approved lot consolidation leaves an unlawful orphan remainder lot, which is a portion described in APN 259-23128 as Lot 2B. It further states that Lot 2B is not a separate lot, legal lot, excuse me. It is in response to that, I noted in the staff report that APNs are utilized for tax purposes, and they shouldn't be confused as lots at all times. And so one APN can have multiple lots. And so we request a title report to identify those underlying legal lots. And as part of the project review, the applicant provided documentation pursuant to the city's determination of legal parcel policy, which I included in the staff report, that demonstrated pursuant to that policy that Lot 2B is a legal lot. And then the next issue involves whether or not the subject property includes Rancho Santa Fe right-of-way. So staff provided both the legal description and road easement language, which demonstrates that Rancho Santa Fe is owned by the applicant and that the easement does still exist over the applicant's property. So with the boundary line adjustment, Rancho Santa Fe Road would remain as an easement as it is today. The appellant claims that the Planning Commission failed to make the findings to support the denial based on specific adverse impacts on public safety due to wildfire evacuation. And as noted in the staff report, the government code section referenced states that there must be a specific adverse impact that is significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable based on objective, identified, written, public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete, and no evidence was submitted by the appellant to support that claim. The next claim is in regard to the Hillside Inland Bluff Overlay Zone application, and that Lot 2B should have been included. However, it was the applicant's steep slope analysis that did meet the standards per the 3034, and the project applicant provided all the appropriate information to determine less than 10% natural steep slopes exist on the project site. And then the proposed project does not include Lot 2B. The next issue relates to the appellant's statement regarding the project not qualifying as by right, and the project creates a non-conforming illegal parcel. The agenda report explains that the determination by HCD is specific to by right projects, and that calculation shall be based upon the number of units exclusive of density bonus units. Therefore, the calculation results in the project with 20% affordable. Regarding the illegal lot, a lot that has been determined to be an existing legal lot, and if it's non-conforming, it can remain non-conforming size in its configuration. So the consolidation of the 4 underlying legal lots would result in a conforming size, so the 4 that are being consolidated would meet the R30 overlay zone standards. ERRD's position is that design review permit purview is not only limited to objective standards. However, the city of Encinitas may only deny or reduce the density of a project based on the project's conformance with adopted and objective general plan, zoning, subdivision, and design standards, and must be applied to rental multifamily projects. The appellant states that Planning Commission did not address the mitigation measures within the environmental assessment, that it was adopted as part of the housing element. And the staff does agree that they are subject to the EA, that's abbreviated for the environmental assessment. And the EA had applicable mitigation measures, which required the preparation of various technical studies. And based on those assessments, site-specific mitigation measures were not warranted for some. And then if the project were approved, various conditions would have been placed on the project to comply with the remaining mitigation measures. And those that did are listed on page 19 of the agenda report. ERRD claims that there were no evidence of cost savings for the requested concessions. And you heard a presentation this evening by KMA that there were identifiable and actual cost reductions. And then the health and safety impacts, as well as fair housing law, as mentioned by the claim here, were discussed on the previous slides. And that was relating to the bedroom mix count. The next appeal claim relates to net acreage. It is the position of ERRD that the net acreage should be used to calculate density. However, the city is required to utilize the gross acreage for density bonus projects. In addition, ERRD believes that Rancho Santa Fe Road should not be included in the density calculation. But as noted earlier, the Rancho Santa Fe Road is an easement over fee title land to the applicant, and so the gross acreage must be utilized. Lastly, the appeal claim is that a Leeuwenhoek Trail Network was not considered. We did consider it in our review, and there is in fact a trail on the east side of Rancho Santa Fe Road. However, projects that, if they do get approved, are required to provide frontage improvements along their project frontage. So I'm ready for any clarifying questions before my recommendation if needed, or I can conclude with the recommendation to deny the both appeals.
We may have a question here from Councilmember Mosca.
I do have an initial question, and that is as to your analysis of the 2B parcel. The appeal here says, from ERRD, says that it's an illegal parcel. And so, and it's clearly a non-conforming parcel because it's small, but you're saying that it always existed, so therefore it can still exist in a non-conforming state. Can you tell us a little bit about how you concluded that it was a legal parcel and still is a legal parcel? What was the analysis and what's the test in terms of how that is established?
Sure, we have what's called a determination of legal parcel policy, and it lists various ways. Some of the lots that were, as part of the project, were identified in grant deeds prior to 1972. And then there is another method in which, if you can prove that lots were legal around one lot, let's say through a subdivision, then the lot that remains in the middle by default is a legal lot. And so this was the case in some of the lots, and I apologize, I would have to bring up the entire evidence of legal parcel to recall the exact qualifications that they had from the evidence of legal parcel. But the applicant did provide a detailed report identifying how they met each points of the policy.
All right, and the city's perspective is that the APN is not indicative of the fact that it is or is not a legal lot. You could have an APN for 2 lots or 1 lot, and that wasn't indicative.
Correct, and the legal description that was included, it was never, the wording never included together with to demonstrate that it was consolidated or combined with any other lot.
And 2B is that little piece. When we were looking at the previous slide, it was that little piece in the map that was pulled out at the end there.
That is correct.
So that the hillside ordinance wasn't applicable.
Yes.
All right. Can we just for a second move to the analysis that you just presented on the fire risks in Liebenhain? That was an argument within the appeal from ERRD. So when you say that there's no policy, but the law also talks about condition or a standard. And so is it the fact that we have an evacuation plan for the community of Liebenhain, would that not be a standard? Or the fact that we know that the road is congested, would that not be a condition?
I think I'll defer to the chief at this point.
Good evening, Chief Stein here, along with Fire Marshal Hans Schmidt. So we do have a evacuation plan for the community of Liebenhain. We also have an operational plan for the community of Liebenhain, and we also have a mutual threat zone agreement with CAL FIRE for the lending of resources in terms of the threat of a wildfire in Liebenhain. So we have plans, but we do not have a set standard in terms of evacuation times. No one does. There is no set standard in any locality that I know of, nor county, nor the state.
All right. So today when I came to the city council meeting, I was traveling on Rancho Santa Fe Road at around 3 o'clock. We started around 4 o'clock, and the road was completely congested from the southern portion all the way up to northern portions. And I've been working with the community for some time to kind of address the congestion and the safety issue on Rancho Santa Fe Road. And many people that travel Rancho Santa Fe Road know that the condition of it is very congested. In fact, I think that some of the intersections are failing intersections. And so that's a condition, right? Isn't that a condition that we would want to take note of if we're going to put additional units at one of the main entrances and exits for this area, which is the entire community of Liebenhain is in a wildfire area? It's a community concern for us. Well, wouldn't that be a condition?
Well, it most definitely is a concern for us. That's correct, council member. In terms of the traffic analysis, I think it would be better for the traffic engineer to address the traffic conditions that you had on your way over here this afternoon.
All right, but it's your testimony that the evacuation plan, which we've put in place before, and that we're actually working on updating, which would have standards in terms of evacuation, how long it would take to evacuate people and how we would do that. That's not a standard. If, you know, for this analysis, that's not a standard to go by, because, I mean, it's about evacuation. If you put more people on the road, it's going to take longer to evacuate them.
Yeah, but it is not a standard. It is a procedure on how to evacuate the community.
All right, perfect. Those are just my initial questions.
Okay, thank you. I see no more questions. Did you want to conclude, or did you conclude?
I concluded with a recommendation to deny both appeals.
Okay, great, thank you. So now that we've had the staff report, we will have council disclose any other information received that is not included in the staff report. So why don't we just start at the other end here, Councilmember Hinsey.
So I took a meeting with the developer, Randy Goodson, last Wednesday at his request. And prior to that, I had met with members of Encinitas for responsible development. But when I did meet with them, I don't think they had formed the group yet because it was earlier in 2019 and 2020.
I also took a meeting with Randy Goodson earlier this week. And I met with the Leaving Town Council. And I don't know if I should declare that as ERD, but I'm mentioning it.
Nothing to disclose, and I haven't received any information that's not already in the record.
Yeah, that's true for me as well. I did meet with the developer, Randy Goodson, as well as members of ERRD, and that's it.
I met with the applicant and received hundreds of emails, which I think you all received as well. But no one's mentioned those. They are in the record, but I've received a lot of them. Okay, next we have the opening of the public hearing. Now, the appellant goes first with 10 minutes each. Actually, the two appellants go first. And the first one would be Randy Goodson, and then the second one is ERRD.
There's a button to push? On this? Okay. Good evening. Again, Randy Goodson. Thank you very much for your time, for considering the project and all the work that you're doing, reading all the emails and the information. You're obviously here to consider the appeal. I'm not going to go through this information. Staff just presented this information. I will point out the average unit size is 913 square feet. This site was zoned by the city council to meet the city's goals. And it's zoned R30, as staff has said. The staff in the city, I guess you could have zoned it differently. There have been questions about whether this is too big of a project or something. But the city zoned the site to meet the city's needs. And this project, and my effort, is just to implement the city's housing plan. That's what this is. This is not maximizing the development at all. This project could be much, much bigger.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Can we just let him have his 10 minutes? So everybody else is going to have your 3 minutes, and it's more than an hour and a half of public testimony. So let's please be respectful of his time, and then also the next applicant's time as well. Okay, go ahead, Randy.
Thank you. So, as I said, this site, this development project could be much bigger. People are saying, you know, maybe it's too big. There's nothing that I could come forward with that would make the neighbors happy. I've been working on this project, this property, for almost 20 years. And so under state law, I could propose 314 units. The units could be significantly bigger than they are. There's no height limit. I'm not in the coastal zone. So this is the only site in the city with absolutely no height limit under state laws. I did not maximize this project. And there's, you know, I'll present some images. This project, I think, is a beautiful project. It'll be a tremendous amenity to the community. And I understand some people will disagree with that. And That's the nature of every project you hear before you and every other city in the state. That's why the state laws are the way they are. The city got support for the housing element update by committing to spread housing equitably among the 5 communities and for Livenheim to have its fair share. There were many sites in Livenheim, not just my site. There were many sites that were proposed. My site was selected, and Livenheim fought all of the sites. One site remained because the city council stuck to the plan that was rolled out to the community for every community to have its fair share of housing. This site, my site, was the only site in Livenheim that was identified by the city staff in all of your extensive evaluation as the environmentally superior alternative, the least environmentally impactful site of all of them. And that's really important to keep in mind, I believe. This, again, is a project, it's a beautiful Class A project. One of the things the Livenheim residents talked about a lot when the discussion comes to affordable housing and of course, a portion of the project is income restricted for low income. People in Livenheim wanted it to be a high quality project, and that's exactly what this is. I'll go through some slides here. I don't want to take my entire time, but I'll go through some slides in a moment. And this is a beautiful project. It provides both affordable housing with units at 913 square feet, vastly smaller than all the other housing in Livenheim, and very much needed, as you yourself talked about earlier today. I want to point out regarding the Housing Accountability Act, you'll talk to your lawyers. Hopefully this doesn't come to a situation, where the project's denied, but the law has procedures. If you're going to claim a project does not comply with the Housing Accountability Act, you were in closed session. I imagine you guys brought that up. The HCD has told you that this project does meet the standards of the Housing Accountability Act based upon everything that's happened and not happened. And hopefully you're getting good advice, and hopefully I'm getting good advice. This is a by right project. The city has no legal right to redesign the project. There was the presentation by RRD was full of doublespeak. On one hand, they said that they didn't redesign the project, that they used our exact footprint. But then on another hand, they said they smushed the project down and they spread it out. So which is it? They say they used our alternative analysis that state law requires us to provide and that the city ordinance requires us to provide, but that's not the case. State law actually says we are not to provide it, and the city can't ask us. The city passed an ordinance and then rescinded it. This city council rescinded that ordinance because HCD told you it was going to not allow your housing element to be certified. We were not required to, but along many other ways to get along, to provide an analysis, we presented an alternative analysis. What no one mentioned is our alternative analysis that was the basis of the RRM redesign showed that the unit size was less than 400 square feet. And so now, we have architects, my staff is here, my team is here, the architects, the engineers, the attorneys, sorry guys, but, but this gets to the objective nature. We've designed the project, and now you have RRM coming in, taking an alternative, saying they didn't change it, but they did change it, and it is not equivalent, and you don't have the right to do it. But it's just something that's going to create a lot of trouble, and the city's going to lose. You don't have the right. It's clearly not objective. So I hope you really, really pay attention to that, and I hope you've really asked your attorneys. With that, let me just go through the slide a little bit to show some imagery. It's a beautiful, high-quality project with a lot of amenities. Next slide, please. Images. This is a public record, so I hope you've all looked at it. I won't take. Let's just keep flowing through. I want to point out the project that your staff would have you approve. And I think I'd like everyone, and from Livenheim, all the Livenheim residents, to look at this. If you could advance to slide 12, please. This is the RRM plan. That's a 7-story project. And now let's look at the hangman red arrow over here on the right. That exhibit is from the city ordinance. That exhibit shows how to calculate height, and it shows the building stepping back. Now, look at on the left where the building stepped back. Now, RRM came and had this exact same image without the red arrow in their presentation. Ask your staff about that, because on that one slide is massive internal inconsistency. Your ordinance shows how to calculate height, and you had numerous meetings on changing your height limit from 30 feet to 39 feet because you couldn't accommodate 3 stories. RRM says you need at least 4 stories, but they can do it in less than 39 feet. That's, again, a massive inconsistency, and that makes it not objective, and you can't apply these standards. So please be aware of this. The next slide, please. This is information. Hopefully you've all looked at it. It's part of the staff report. And this shows that the elevation of the proposed project, this is our proposed project. What RRM had in their slide saying it was our proposed project was not our proposed project. That was the alternative that was less than 400 square feet. They compared our project with that was an alternative with less than 400 square feet to show it was not viable to their project. Apples and oranges. Here's apples and apples. The same elevation. We top out at 150 feet. RRM tops out at 150 feet. We're 5 stories. They're 5 stories. We're 50 feet. They're 50 feet. And unfortunately, staff is kind of trying to give you an option of denying the project, but this is math. These are words, and if they're interpreted in an objective way, then that's how they should be interpreted. And to have all these different calculations just shows that they're not objective, and then you're kind of in the quandary. You can't apply them. So I hope you really consider this. Thank you very much for your time.
So now we have any clarifying questions by council, and then we will have ERRD's 10 minutes. Okay, I don't see any. So let's go ahead with ERRD. So just as a reminder of the way the procedure goes here, so after your 10 minutes, then we'll go to the public speakers. Then we'll have the rebuttal, which is 5 minutes each. And then there'll be any staff clarifications. We close the public hearing, and then we have council discussion and action.
On that, will you also invite clarifying questions of us as you do?
Yes, exactly. So go ahead at any time.
Encinitas Residents for Responsible Development is a grassroots community organization that receives most of its financing from hundreds of small dollar donations. We've submitted a petition with over 1,300 signatures objecting to this project. We support Planning Commission's findings to deny the requested waivers, and each of the findings that their denial is based on, including violation of the dark skies ordinance that is so critical to our rural community. However, we include in our appeal several other issues which we believe PC should have made filings on, including public safety that we'll detail later, and the project does not qualify for by right status as it only provides 14.8% of the units as affordable. The EA adopted with the 5th cycle HE requires specific mitigation of adverse impacts, including of height, bulk, mass, grading, and traffic. EMC code requires the project to connect to the mobility infrastructure, which in Leavenhain is our trail system. We've also appealed PC's approval of the boundary adjustment that consolidated 3 existing lots and the majority of a 4th lot into a single new lot, which Tina will speak to next.
Developers' proposed boundary adjustment improperly gerrymanders the project site in a transparent attempt to avoid triggering the hillside inland bluff overlay requirements. A portion of the project site with a steep slope, known as Parcel 2B, was excluded from the project at a late stage and only in response to concerns raised by staff and based on NV5's independent determination of the slope. We oppose removal of this parcel from the project site as it results in the creation of a non-conforming lot in violation of the Subdivision Map Act and the city's own lot consolidation ordinance. During the August 19th meeting, Planning Commission approved the boundary adjustment based on staff's assertion that the proposed boundary adjustment would not result in the illegal creation of a non-conforming lot. Staff made these assertions without citing any substantial evidence then in the record. After that meeting, we emailed the staff repeatedly, each time requesting documents to support planning's decision, and it was only on October 6th, just hours before our supplemental arguments were due, that the city provided any purported evidence supportive of their position. Exclusion of 2B from the project requires a finding that parcel 2B existed as a legal lot prior to and independent of the proposed boundary adjustment. However, support for this finding is not based on any law, but instead on an incomplete reading of a planning's internal policy document, which is on your screens. This policy does recognize that in certain limited cases, a lot may be legal if completely surrounded by other legal lots. In reality, a full reading of the policy makes clear that this does not apply when the parcel at issue, due to its size, is not intended as a building site. If you scroll to the next page where it lists the exceptions. This is exactly the case for parcel 2B. Parcel 2B is a steep strip of land measuring 40 feet wide and 133 feet long, and this project intends to leave this undevelopable strip of land orphaned in violation of state and local laws. Sorry, section B of that policy. I don't know. B and then the second page. Yeah, there we go. No, it's not showing it correctly. But anyway, despite repeated requests for planning's adopted resolution on this boundary adjustment issue, we didn't receive anything until today. Given the resolution wasn't even published as part of tonight's agenda until this morning, City Council really cannot affirm Planning Commission's vote on this matter, and instead the right answer is to just set aside any purported Planning Commission approval on this boundary adjustment. To the extent Council believes it has the right to decide the issue tonight, the right answer is to find that parcel 2B was not a pre-existing legal lot and therefore cannot be legally excluded from the project. Further, as noted in our briefs, Rancho Santa Fe Road should not be included in the project for purposes of base density calculations. With respect to Rancho Santa Fe Road, contrary to developers' position, this is not the same old issue of net versus gross acreage. Rancho Santa Fe Road is a dedicated public highway, and as a result, the prior easement is now a nullity. And under well-settled law, developer is divested of any interest in that land and therefore has no right to include any portion of Rancho Santa Fe Road in his base density calculations. In essence, developer is blatantly attempting to skirt regulations he finds unfavorable, namely excluding parcel 2B with steep acreage, and at the same time claim ownership of half of Rancho Santa Fe Road. Council simply cannot permit that behavior.
Encinitas RRD asserts that the Planning Commission should have found that A, the city has a well-recognized duty to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. B, the project would have a specific adverse impact on the safety of the community, and that C, the city has the power to deny the project. However, staff's response is, in part, that, quote, the city has no adopted objective written standards or criteria related to fire safety and evacuation, end quote. City's failure to adopt any such criteria does not relieve, and to the contrary is a dereliction of their duty to protect the public. In reality, the city does have written obligations relating to safety generally. The public safety element of the Encinitas General Plan prioritizes public health and safety in all future land use planning as its primary goal. There is overwhelming evidence in the public record that we currently have a serious problem evacuating Olivenhain and Rancho Santa Fe in the event of a wildfire. According to the city's outdated plan, it would take 3 hours and 55 minutes to evacuate Olivenhain residents. This plan was recently reviewed by fire safety expert Charles Weber, who found that number underestimates the required time by at least 2 to 3 hours, and warns that in a Santa Ana-driven wildfire, Olivenhain residents would only have 1 hour before the flame front would overtake Rancho Santa Fe Road. Mr. Weber also conducted the only study that includes the impact of the Goodson project on evacuation. The study concludes that adding the apartment residents' vehicles will increase evacuation time for current residents by 30 to 41%. This constitutes substantial evidence of a significant quantified direct and likely unavoidable adverse impact from the project on public safety. The city has affirmed the need to revise its evacuation plan and, prompted by community pressure, retain Fitch and Associates for this purpose. Paradise Fire Incident Commander Shane Lauderdale, who has likened conditions in Olivenhain to paradise, has provided a draft evacuation model. To cite one finding, without accounting for any vehicles from Rancho Santa Fe or from the Goodson project, the Fitch model shows that the evacuation time from the intersection of Rancho Santa Fe Road and Encinitas Boulevard, traveling only 1.3 miles west to El Camino, will take an astounding 7.2 hours. Arguments from the city miss the point when they ignore their public safety duty by saying the site is only adjacent to a very high fire risk zone and the building itself will be fire safe. The point is, the project has significant negative impact on the safety of the surrounding communities. Rancho Santa Fe Fire Chief Cox stated in a letter to Chief Stein that new projects with discernible risk should be properly evaluated, and if there is tangible risk, it is properly addressed and mitigated, so further danger is not imposed on existing community members. The city not only has the authority, but the obligation to deny this project. Recent court decisions supported by the State Attorney General's office demonstrate the state's prioritization of wildfire safety over housing development. Attorney General Bonta said, quote, "As these mega disasters become the norm, it is more critical than ever that we build responsibly. We can't keep making the same mistakes. The land use decisions we make now will have consequences for years and decades to come." End quote.
The technical and legal arguments of this case make it easy to forget that this project is in front of you because it claims to deliver affordable housing. This project sets aside the smallest inferior units for its low-income residents and remains discriminatory. Until a few days ago, the developer had restricted affordable units to studios and the tiniest of one-bedrooms. Before you give credit to Goodson's last-minute, half-hearted attempt to remedy the discriminatory features by including a few larger, affordable ones, please consider this. Encinitas Code states the number of bedrooms of affordable units shall at least equal the minimum number of bedrooms of the market rate units. 17 of the 41 affordable units are studios, while there are no studios among market rate units. To claim that studios, because one can sleep in them, are the same as one-bedrooms is bad faith. HUD, the federal agency, clearly makes a distinction between studios and one-bedrooms in its 2016 discrimination study. Furthermore, the developer did not amend the set of plans to reflect last-minute adjustments, which means that for all practical purposes, discrimination persists in the placement of the affordable units, which remain in the least desirable locations, with least light, most noise, no views, and right next to the parking garage. 3 other housing element projects have been approved by the city. None of them asked so much in terms of waivers, concessions, and legal loopholes, and none of them gave us so little in return. Let's remember that density bonus and by right development laws were conceived to ensure the meaningful provision of affordable units. This project is a cynical distortion of their spirit. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe there was a mistake in one of Mr. Goodson's slides. The units are not 60% AMI, they're 80% AMI.
Since she spoke, I'll just tell you that's not true. Our units are 60% of AMI.
Okay, thank you. So you'll have both, no more. Okay, you can talk directly to him. Okay. Oh, he's right behind you. Okay, now we're on to the public speakers, unless there are any clarifying questions by council. Let me take a look here. I see none.
I do have a question. Just interested in the analysis, because there is a difference of agreement, it sounds like, between the staff and the appellants here in terms of the highway. So what was the analysis here in terms of whether that easement still lives on after the highway, after it became a highway?
So I'll introduce our attorney, Craig Sherman, for that, since that's a legal point.
Yes, good evening, Council. Craig Sherman on behalf of ERRD. The case law we provided in one of the letters provided that it's essentially divest the owner of all the rights and interest in the public road. And so that designated of the public highway for that type of purpose makes it a non-easement, really. There's no tenable rights in it. There's a possible reversion, but that reversion's so minimalist, the court's ruling states that it's a non-vested interest.
All right. So you're saying that this applicant steps in the shoes of prior owners that have owned these parcels, and they owned up to the median of the road, but then when the county put a highway through it, it did away with their easement.
Correct, for the purposes of an easement with a public highway of this nature.
And the implication of that is the fact that they are including the gross acreage of the middle of that road into their analysis in terms of how many units they should have.
Precisely. The density bonus is calculated as if the property exists to center line of the highway or wherever that line is in relation to Rancho Santa Fe Road.
Perfect.
I would just add that it has two effects. One is to increase their base density. The second is to increase the proportion of flat land that increases the denominator in the calculation and by itself would put it over 10%.
All right. I have one other question for the appellants, and I'm not sure who would take it. So the city staff has talked about the Fair Housing Act, and they have done an analysis of essentially, I apologize if I'm couching this improperly, essentially what the market here is in Encinitas for the demand is for affordable housing. And they've captured that in the grid in the staff report, and they said, so if this housing project matches the demand here that we find, then therefore it would comply with that. But you're saying no, that doesn't, or somebody else said no. So is there some other standard that we should be looking at in terms of compliance with the Fair Housing Act? In terms of so what should the distribution of junior one bedroom, or somebody said it was a studio, junior one bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, also the distribution in terms of where they are in the levels. Are they in the basement? Are they on the first floor, second floor? The distribution, what would you point us to in terms of a standard that would say, yes, they've complied?
I think, and I'll let Craig follow up if I try to get into anything legal over my head, but I think the intent here is that the application of fair housing law is a requirement independent of the Housing Accountability Act. I think that in the staff write-up of the 27 resolution denying the approval, the violation of fair housing was separated from the standards which denied the waiver. And so here we've got a disparate effect on a protected class, in this case families and children, if the housing is sort of substandard or of inferior quality because of the issues that Juliana talked about, near a garage, near a loading dock, with poor lighting, with et cetera.
And to piggyback on that, there's been in the last 5-7 years, the location of the units has come down in case law that as precedent of where you're locating these in the poor or in the less desirable areas. So that's precedent and interpretation of the treatment. And the other issue was the balance of units is codified by the Encinitas City Code to be proportional. So it's not really a staff's looking at, well, the need, and this is sort of the balance that would be good based upon what we have in the city. You have a code that says proportionally they should be related.
All right. So did you do an analysis of what that proportionality would look like?
I think one of our speakers spoke to it, that it's off because there are no,
I think that if our understanding of the very late submission that we only became aware of with the agenda's report is accurate, then it would be proportional, with the exception of the issue of studios versus 1 bedrooms.
Got it.
If studios is 0 bedrooms, then those are not proportional.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Mosca, may I address that question?
Sure, go for it.
Thank you very much. A couple of points. First of all, we don't have any studios. All of our 1-bedroom units have independent bedrooms, i.e. a bedroom, not a studio. So this concept that we have studios is invented out of thin air. It does not exist in reality. Number 2, all of our units are above-ground units, whereas in the RRM analysis, many of their units are in a basement condition. That's the discussion of basement. We did not, don't have any of those units. And then lastly, staff told us how many total bedrooms we would need to meet their test for fair housing based upon the market study of the need in Encinitas, and we exceeded those total number of bedrooms.
All right, Mr. Goodson, so what would the distinction be between a junior, I'm just trying to visualize your chart, but a junior one-bedroom and a one-bedroom, what is the distinction? And I didn't mean to say.
Beats me. I don't understand that either. It's
So
a one bedroom's a one bedroom. You have a bedroom and you have a living room and a kitchen, bathroom. That's a unit. That's a one-bedroom unit. And so that's what we have.
A permanent wall?
I'd like to answer that, if I may.
Do you want a back and forth like this?
How about this? My
Councilmember Mosca?
architect is here.
Okay,
Would you like my architect to discuss
I
this?
think he has his questions answered. I know. No, I know. I just wanted to make sure he wanted to continue. We don't want to lose control. You know, you're trying to proceed with a public hearing. People have waited hours to speak, so it's important that we allow them the opportunity to speak. If Councilmember Mosca would like to continue having a back and forth with anybody who is an actual appellant, he may, but I'm just asking him.
Sure. Would you like to respond to what you believe is a distinction between junior one-bedroom and a one-bedroom?
I'll be very brief. In the junior one bedroom, the bedroom has no walls and no window.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Krantz, yes.
Yeah, I just would like to ask, on page 14 of the staff report, staff addressed this issue of the center line of the road and the issue related to including that square footage. The statement that he made seemed to indicate that we didn't calculate this in the right way, and I'm wondering if you can explain why he's wrong, either the city attorney or staff.
The documentation that we have shows that the ownership of the property goes to the center line of Rancho Santa Fe Road, and under density bonus, gross acreage is required to be utilized. So I am not aware of any evidence showing that it was not under the ownership of the applicant. And I don't know if the city attorney
So
wants
is that your understanding as well?
We're aware of the two documents that Anna's referring to. One is a 1930 easement giving the county of San Diego rights to build what would then have been Encinitas to Olivenhain Road. And that is an easement in the title documents and in the public record. The assertion that our attorney's making is that once the road was built and then once the road was converted from the Encinitas to Olivenhain Road into the county highway that is Rancho Santa Fe Road, that voided the easement and converted that to the standard of being a public highway, and that it's absurd for the applicant to claim ownership of the public highway in order to calculate the density, the base density bonus that he's going to build on. He's not going to build on the highway.
Well, we've been down that road, and I share your frustration, but
This is not the net versus gross argument. This is does he own a public highway?
Sorry, but this is a case law-based argument, right? So our briefing cites case law that says the ownership's interest no longer is there. So it's not the gross versus net. It's not a question of, we're saying, so it's not, you're not going to see it in the title. What you're going to have to look at is the case law we cited, which says in cases like these, the owner no longer has that interest.
So this is a pretty important legal question, and I'm a little frustrated that I'm getting conflicting information. It doesn't seem like your response in the staff report is on point to the assertion being made here. And, you know, their attorney says one thing. I don't know what our attorney says.
Our review was based on the staff's review, and we agreed with that. I have not seen the case law that they're referencing that you would be divested of that underlying ownership. So at this point, I can't suggest to you that they're correct, but I'm happy to look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
For the benefit of council, that is in one of our writings, October 6th submittal. So the case is cited, it's in the record.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, good. I don't see any more clarifying questions from council. So now we'll go to the public speakers.
I'm going to call you three at a time. Each speaker has 3 minutes. Ted Youngs, followed by Mitch Felipe, followed by Greg Lefevre.
Good evening. My name is Ted Youngs, and I'm an architect, and I'm the architect for the applicant. And I would like to address the mayor and the council, and thank you for the opportunity. I want to keep my comments as specifically related to the RRM analysis that was utilized to deny the project with the Planning Commission. And that analysis, there was an original analysis, and then there were 2 follow-up analyses that were created by RRM. Each one of those we had the opportunity to write comments on, and we did that. The applicant team wrote comments and sent it back to the Planning Commission that voiced our concerns about certain issues and assumptions that were taken when RRM developed its alternate schemes. The primary one that I would like to talk about is the actual size of the building. As staff had included in their presentation to you, we made an analysis of the building as we extrapolated it floor by floor, and we found in our analysis that their envelope was 44,000 square feet smaller than the building that the applicant is proposing. And as such, it is not the equivalent. And when we got the original analysis from RRM, this is the extent of the documentation that we were given, the graphic documentation, which I consider to be non-verifiable. We asked in our original comment for RRM to give us each individual floor so that the public could verify that it indeed was equivalent in terms of square footage with the proposed project. We've never seen that. So we took the initiative to do it ourselves based on extrapolation, and we came up with a project that is 44,000 square feet smaller. For reference, and you could look at it this way, that's 44 1,000 square foot units. Where would those go? To a floor, to a 5th floor, perhaps? So the analysis and its subsequent documents do not show in any verifiable way, other than the statement that we used the data that was provided in the applicant's application for development as a starting point. But there's nothing to verify in that document that it's the same. And this document was solely used to deny the 3 waivers that were requested for height, stories, and storage. And it is not applicable. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Since 1998, my family has lived in the neighborhood of Village Park. I'm making this brief statement on behalf of my family. California has a housing shortage. It's one of the reasons housing is so expensive here. More affordable housing is needed, and apartment projects are a vehicle that can provide this housing. In my neighborhood of Village Park, there's a mix of single-family homes, schools, commercial businesses, apartments, and multifamily condominiums. All of these land uses and people seem to coexist together without much fuss. In 2013, the city said that to comply with state housing laws, the allocation of affordable housing units should not be placed in any single community within the city, but should be distributed so that each community takes a reasonable share. I really do understand that there are people that disagree with this site being designated for affordable housing. However, as the saying goes, that ship has sailed. This site is already in the city's housing element. As I understand it, this apartment project can be developed by right on this site with the proposed number of units per state density bonus law. I personally do not agree with all the details of this project, nor do I agree with everything in state density bonus law, but it is the law. I urge the City Council to work in good faith and use the legal means to fine-tune this project so that projects that get approved are well-designed. But please do not try to implement changes that are not within your power under the state density bonus law, because in my opinion, all that will do is waste my tax dollars on costly lawsuits that the city will likely lose. And I think those dollars could be better spent on a lot of the things that we heard earlier in this council session. Thank you.
After Greg, the speakers will be Mike Scaramezza, followed by Suzanne Klausenstock, and then Cindy Cremona.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Greg Lefebvre. I live in Cardiff, and I rise in opposition to this project. But there's a new elephant in the room. The state of California sent you a letter yesterday attempting to bully you into approving this project. The Department of Housing and Community Development on the front page gets threatening, offering to provide technical assistance to you. On the second page, they tell you directly that the provision does not authorize the city to deny the proposed project. This is our government trying to help us. Page 3, it gets darker, reminding the city of its obligation to implement the housing project. Page 4 is a little bit of extra detail and stuff, but in the final page, they say the city council should remain mindful of its obligations. Oh, yeah. The command from on high. Oh, and if you didn't get that, if you have any questions regarding the content of this letter, please let us know. So who's in charge of our city? Those folks up there, or some unnamed bureaucrat, or you who are here to represent us? You are the only thing that is standing between us and the bureaucracy in Sacramento. People admire and treasure people who stand up to bullies. This is your moment. Deny this appeal.
Good evening. My name is Mike Scaramella. I'm the interim chief for the Rancho Santa Fe Association. The association was incorporated in the 1920s. Rancho Santa Fe is a historic community with winding two-lane roads not built for today's traffic. Highly density development such as the Goodson apartment project will increase traffic and compromise safety in both Encinitas and Rancho Santa Fe. Increased traffic slows response times by emergency medical, fire, and law enforcement personnel. Increased traffic also impacts emergency evacuation routes, which are critical during wildfires. The Rancho Santa Fe Association is opposed to this development, and it will increase traffic and compromise safety for the residents in our region. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is Suzanne Klausenstock. The following are excerpts from a letter from San Diego Planning Group to City Council dated October 5th, 2021. This letter is relevant to the placement of the Goodson project because this is an organization with jurisdiction over many communities that are similar to ours. The letter starts, the San Diego Planning Group provides land use recommendations to the Planning and Development Services Department for the County of San Diego. Our planning area includes the unincorporated communities of Rancho Santa Fe, Sun Valley, Fairbanks Ranch, Elfin Forest, Harmony Grove, Eden Valley, Del Dios, to name a few, and directly borders Olivenhain, adjacent to where the Goodson Apartments project is proposed. In fact, if you were to walk 5 minutes east of the proposed site along South Rancho Santa Fe Road and relocate this project at the end of your walk, it would be in our jurisdiction. They go on to say, more importantly, the compounded effect of the traffic in this area could be disastrous. Residents of San Dieguito area in the north and west parts of Rancho Santa Fe use El Camino del Norte, Manchester Avenue, Encinitas Boulevard to exit toward the coast through Olivenhain. This traffic is already heavily congested at peak rush hour times, as well as road school drop-off and pickup times. It can take half an hour or more to travel 1.4 mile stretch at 3 p.m. In emergency situations such as wildfire, evacuation of people and large animals would be impeded by the hundreds of cars added by this development and is a recipe for disaster. Placing this project at one of Rancho Santa Fe's major evacuation exits was not addressed in your Planning Commission's recommendation to City Council. However, public safety must remain paramount in your decision. It's not worth putting thousands, this is outside of the letter, it's not worth putting thousands of lives at risk for such a meager number, 41 to be specific, of supposedly affordable units. You are responsible for our public safety. Thank you so much for your time.
Following Cindy is Kevin Dalzell, followed by Susan Turney, and then Bill Weber.
My name is Cindy Cremona, and I'm a resident of Encinitas. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's great to be back in person where the people's business can be heard and responded to publicly. It's been far too long, neighbors and residents, don't you agree? Many residents, by the way, I have a slide, if someone could put it up.
We can stop your time, Cindy, so you
It's
can
fine.
get your slides.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to go that long.
That's all right. We'll just wait for your
I
slides.
appreciate it. What was the name of it? It should say Goodson Cremona. I don't think so. Nope. That's it. Thank you. Many residents were surprised to receive this mailer over the last 2 days. It was quickly ascertained that it was sent by an agent of the developer, Randy Goodson. However shocked our council may seem at this mailer, its messaging echoes phrases we've heard from council members and the Equity Committee over and over again, that Encinitas residents are privileged white bigots, that we resist growth, that we are NIMBYs. Instead of recognizing its diversity, our community character, our desire for true affordable housing and fiscal accountability, our mayor and council prefers our community divided. In recent months, many residents feel left out of decisions like the homeless lot, streetscape, and the cycle track. Most residents are concerned about the lack of infrastructure, including fire safety, schools and roads supporting the many new projects expected to be approved. Next slide, please. This flyer is indicative of the dirty politics played too often in our city. A city whose mayor promised she'd focus solely on the needs of Encinitas, but once elected, pivoted immediately to run for a Senate seat. Now, Encinitas is just a rung on the mayor's ladder of ambition. The remainder of our council quietly follow her lead or echo her disdain for residents. Residents who are rightly concerned about the impact of the Goodson project. The 277-unit, 6-story structure is unprecedented and doesn't even come close to addressing the need for affordable housing, which this insistent drive for density is supposed to be about. Residents believe the city caters to developers. The recent federal discrimination lawsuit filed against the city for denying lower income and minority families access to designated low-income housing is an example of its hypocrisy and abuse of power. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name's Kevin Delzell, and I'm hoping to give you a different perspective. I'm a developer, and just like Randy, I develop properties in Encinitas. Most of my work is Encinitas and Cardiff. I've actually developed homes right adjacent to this project. I used to live in the community right behind it. Since then, after those 4 homes, they're all custom homes. I've moved on to still live in Leeuwenhoek. Most of the work I do is ground-up construction. I buy raw land, I entitle it, and I follow the rules. I go through what the city lays out as the basic parameters, and I follow that, and most times I will actually scale down my project. The reason I have a problem with this is that just because the letter of the law says that you can do something does not mean that it's okay. And I think that we need to look at this and say, is this a property that is fitting for this neighborhood? Is it a property that's going to keep the public safe? We've elected you as our representatives, and by a show of hands, has anyone actually physically driven onto McCain? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. My point is this: I have, and you cannot have a second car pass. Okay, I have driven on that road, on that little alley. It's not a road. And if we're going to have this many people leaving at any time from 6 until 9 o'clock in the morning, when kids are arriving at a preschool that shares that same road, it's going to be a disaster. And then you've got 100 feet from that exit onto Encinitas Boulevard, and there's another light right there. It's going to clog up everything from Rancho Santa Fe to Encinitas, let alone Rancho Santa Fe, which, Joe, you talked about. It's a nightmare. That road, Rancho Santa Fe road, is terrible. So this is absolutely a problem. I respect the fact that someone should be allowed to develop a property, but it should be done responsibly and should be done within a size that is going to keep the public safe. That's all I have to say.
Following Susan is Bill Weber, Michael Andre, and then Cheryl Sheridan.
You, Susan? Go right ahead.
Thank you. Susan Turney, Leucadia. Tonight's vote is really about staff's unprecedented push to split a project's decision into 2 votes, one on the project itself and one on the boundary line adjustment, parcel 2B. Mr. Mosca actually opened the 2B question and saved me quite a few words. There's no doubt but that staff has devised the lot line adjustment vote to exclude the parcel and avoid falling under the Bluff Hillside Overlay Zone rules. What is the slope calculation with 2B? I recall that its inclusion would put the slope way over the overlay zone threshold. Without 2B, the slope falls conveniently just under the 10% limit. Staff's recommendation does not pass the smell test. So excluding 2B from the total calculation would artificially flatten out the overall site. It would allow the project to avoid regulations imposed under the city's Hillside Inland Bluff Overlay Zone, and it would evade the site-specific analysis required where more than 10% of the entire slope exceeds 25%. Overlay zone regulations require preservation of slopes in their natural state, a geological report, an engineering geology report if unstable conditions are found, prohibition of structures, improvements, or grading within 25 feet of the inland bluff edge, restoration and enhancement of areas not developed with a deed restriction against future development in those areas. So as an environmentally friendly council, you should support, not avoid, the overlay zone regulations. Staff's recommendation to split the project into 2 votes is far from innocent and hardly benign. If you approve, the scope of this project would be legally increased to the detriment of the environment and the community. And if you approve the boundary split, please, no claims later of shock that you didn't know what could happen. If you approve, you will have gone on record as helping the developer evade environmental regulations and enable exactly the project you all claim you object to. 2B's inclusion or exclusion is not a done deal, although it's being presented to you by staff tonight. You can say no. Please do so.
Good evening. I'm Bill Weber. I'm president of the Rancho Santa Fe Association Board of Directors. And I'm here to speak on behalf of our many members who've expressed concerns to us about the Goodson project, including the values and aesthetics such as dark skies, but primarily regarding traffic density. With respect to the traffic, we were very concerned about the extreme risk to people trying to escape wildfires, and you've heard a lot of comments about that tonight. Studies have shown that the current, I think it's 20-year-old Leeuwenhoek fire evacuation plan is dangerously outdated without taking into account the added impact of the Goodson project. It also does not take into account the added impact of residents of Rancho Santa Fe, for example, trying to exit along those same roads. It is surprising to me that the city has adopted no objective written standards related to fire safety and evacuation, is proposing to base a decision on that, and asserts that, quote, the project is not located in a very high fire hazard severity zone. Given the recent outbreak of record-breaking wildfires in California, I would hope the council would rethink both of these positions. Bottom line, we are very concerned about the Goodson project. If approved as currently proposed, it will present a very real danger to our members as well as to your own neighbors in the increasing likelihood of wildfires. You will, of course, in making your decision, consider the needs of your community, but your neighboring communities are also at risk. Please don't discount that risk in case of wildfire. As somebody said earlier this morning, it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
I'll be very, very brief. But I want you to see my face. Some of you are my neighbors. And I want to echo Kevin's comments earlier. This is not an address directly to Randy Goodson's project. It's to Encinitas in general. Many of us fought very hard to incorporate this city. 1986, it says right there, but the battle lasted a lot longer. A lot went on many years before that. The major motivating issue for us was to have control of our community. We were having projects imposed on us by county, very few rules to go by. City of Encinitas and Solana Beach exist because of this attempt to create a community of our own, in our own control. I know the state of California and I know the federal government all like to think they're in charge, but you're in charge. And I think you have an important decision to make. In the years that I've lived in Leeuwenhoek, we've been evacuated multiple times due to wildfire. I've had to return to my home as much as 3-4 days later to dig out from the ashes. These are real risks, and they're worse today than they were then. So I ask you carefully consider all issues, technical, legal, but also the sense of community that we're trying to express tonight with my neighbors and friends, finally face-to-face with you. Thanks for the time.
After Cheryl is Shelley Linby, Denny Neville, and then Beth Nelson.
Mayor and Council, hi, I'm Sherry Sheridan. I'm a 27-year resident of Encinitas, both New Encinitas and Alivenhain. I want to talk about a different issue. Alivenhain has always enjoyed dark skies. We are one of only a few communities that has a policy of protection from nighttime light pollution. And we support the Encinitas Municipal Code ordinance safeguarding our dark skies. We all care about our environment. This is also an aspect of our environment. And the Goodson project, perched on a steep hill with a proposed height of 61 feet, 5 to 6 stories, a 500-foot width, including a rooftop lounge deck, clubhouse, and large community pool, which is required to have nighttime lighting. Mr. Goodson has incorrectly compared our residential backyard pools to his community pool. This is not comparing apples to apples. Furthermore, because of its steep hillside location, combined with the massive bulk and height of this project, the lighting from common walkways, terraces, courtyards, and balconies, 5 to 6 stories in the sky, will cause significant light pollution to all surrounding Encinitas residents, including other communities. This structure and the effect of its light pollution will also be seen from neighboring communities in Encinitas, Village Park, New Encinitas, and outside Escondido Creek and Rancho Santa Fe. Community character may no longer be sacred in our state, but protected dark skies policy is an important part of Encinitas' effort to fight pollution, light pollution, which scientifically has serious environmental consequences for humans, wildlife, and the climate. Our dark skies policy is key in decreasing the negative environmental effects of light pollution. Please deny this attack on our community efforts to decrease light pollution. We are not against affordable housing. We are against bad projects that yield 41 affordable units and what we citizens have voted for and our continued environmental efforts. Please consider denying that.
Hi there. My name is Shelley Lind. I live in Olivenhain, and I am a realtor and I work in Rancho Santa Fe. So I'm constantly commuting that awful road. And I can't believe I'm standing here and wasting my evening along with all these dedicated people because there's a bully over here that you're bowing down to. I might add, I also spend a lot of time, I spent the entire day volunteering and working with the homeless, the mentally ill, and those people we're talking about that need affordable housing, affordable in Encinitas. Harvest Ranch is not food for less. People in that situation, that population, want to be where social services are. You should be considering El Camino Real or something like that. Not up there, up in Rancho Santa Fe Road. What about the people who have to pick up their kids from OPE? Or how about Rhodes School? How about all the people coming out from the ranch to go food shopping down that street? And you're going to put in another traffic light? Are you serious? Why? Because you're afraid of what the state might do? Or you're afraid of what he might do? You're there to protect us. We put you there. And a fire like Paradise is gonna happen. You know, you all profess to be really pro-environment. Fires are the elephant in this room, and they're happening, and they're getting worse. And there is nothing you have done to make the road and the exit better. I can tell you that coming down there, out of Lone Jack, and hitting Rancho Santa Fe Road with horse trailers and big horse trailers coming out of Wildflower, and people panicking and driving on the wrong side, and you want to increase the density? Really? Why are we here? Your job is to protect us, and we're watching you. Thank you.
Well said.
Good evening,
members of the council, Madam Mayor. My name is Denny Neville. My wife and I are 30-year residents of Encinitas, the last 27 being in Olivenhain. By profession, I'm a retired chief fire officer. I've spent 39 years in the local fire service here. I have the distinction of being one of the incident commanders in 1996 for the Harmony Fire, which we all know 25 years ago next week. It moved from from Escondido into Olivenhain, took out several of the homes. The only reason it didn't take out more was Mother Nature changed the wind direction at exactly the right time for us. It's going to happen again. I'd also like to thank you for your efforts to listen to our community speak. We have something to say. And I think what you need to think about right now is I'm going to give you 3 things to help you make your decision. Does the project, and we're talking about the Goodson project, does the project enhance the safety of the community at large? My opinion, clearly no, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything for the safety. Okay, so does the project have a neutral effect on the community? No. It adds vehicles to the same evacuation routes as the current 5,000 citizens have to use. Does the project have a negative effect on the community? Sadly, yes. We already have a deficient evacuation plan. It's unlikely we can move our current residents out of the area prior to the arrival of a destructive wildfire. Adding 400 vehicles at the mouth of the bottleneck does everyone a disservice. With regard to the staff report, and what I'll term as argument 1 related to the ERD appeal, staff noted that one of the adverse impacts could be a condition, and that condition needs to exist, to quote it, on the date the application was deemed complete, and it becomes one of the qualifiers. The condition is that we have a substandard, even though there's no standard. We have a deficient, let's say, evacuation plan. This project by itself does not assist in rectifying that situation. The Chief Stein said that, and it's correct, that we don't have a fire code that standard that would depict the correct thing. We have your council sitting as the authority, and you have the one opportunity to make a correct decision. Please help us.
Thank you for your comment.
Sure. The Goodson project is called a design for disaster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Beth Nelson is Yolian Ignatin, Julie Thunder, and then Zoe Ann Greenlee.
Good evening. My name's Beth Nelson. I'm a member of the San Diego Planning Group. You already have our official letter submitted by Douglas Dill, our chair, so I won't repeat that here. I trust that you've all had a chance to read that, but I'll speak as an independent member of the planning group and also a 20-year resident of nearby Rancho Santa Fe. We review a variety of land use projects in multiple communities within our planning area, so we have a bit of experience with these things. There are numerous issues of concern with this project, the most critical of which is fire danger. It's safe to say if this were in our jurisdiction and we were advising the County Planning Commission on this project, we would not recommend approval. This is not even a close call. I realize there's pressure from Sacramento to squeeze in more housing, but that must not be at all costs and must not override public safety. Those who will pay the price in the event of fire will be the local residents, not the folks in Sacramento hundreds of miles away. I don't know how many of you have ever lived in the more rural areas like I live in Haine and Rancho Santa Fe and have had to evacuate during a wildfire. I've had to do it multiple times, and it's unsettling at best and terrifying at worst. Please consider the danger to the surrounding community and vote no on this project. I thank you for your time.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Yulian Ignatov. I live in a house immediately adjacent to the proposed Malk Goodson project. The question I most often see in social media or when talking to neighbors is how did the city of Encinitas allow a project like this to get that far in the first place? The city did not allow this project. The city allowed a project that was promised by the applicant that had 149 100% affordable senior units. Once that happened, the applicant turned around quickly and changed that to, he doubled the number of units, made them all rentals, reduced the number of affordable ones actually below the minimum of 15%, down to 14.8%, made all affordable units studios and one-bedroom apartments with a total floor space of less than 10% of the building's total space, placed all affordable units, as Juliana clarified earlier, in areas where no one would really want to live, areas where noise would be abundant, sun will be in short supply, and bedrooms would have no windows. Those of us who have actually been to earlier presentations of the project might have noticed that there wasn't any mention or discussion of the affordable units themselves. What I heard and what I remember was the discussion and the pictures of the quality of the materials and the pool on top, as well as the dog park and the dog spa. Dog spa? I've never seen a dog spa in my life. I've never used one. So that and affordability, go mix them. I'd like to extend, and they're not all here, but I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the members of Encinitas RRD, Can, Juliana, Amy, Suzanne, Jim, Dan, Tina, Jennifer, all of them and everybody else who fought and continues to fight against this project. For the last couple of years, almost 2 years, each of these individuals has spent, by my count, at least 2 months of their time. At least 2 months, more likely twice that. And if at times it may seem that Encinitas RRD is on a collision course with the city, just the opposite is true. They're simply trying to help you, help the city do its job of serving our community and serving us better. Thank you very much.
I'm tired. I don't know how you guys do this. I live in Cardiff. I've never lived in Olevenhain. I have a lot of friends out there, but we are all Olevenhain now. All of Encinitas is Olevenhain. The entire city is watching to see what you will do with our rural jewel and if you'll vote to keep people safe. Randy Goodson. Hi, I'm Julie Bender. I know. Oh, you do? You said the city picked this spot and included it in our housing element, which is true. It was a legal process. But a funny thing happened on the way to the legal process, and that is that this council overturned our vote on Measure U in order to make that happen. Then they doubled down and sued us over our right to vote initiative, Prop A. If that hadn't happened, we wouldn't be here. It's those actions that caused this. That's not about you. I didn't mean it that way. Back to my talk. One other problem that this project raises is who will get these affordable units? There is some support for the 15 high-density projects around town that were brought by the illegal overturning of Measure U. Although the number of units are not enough to satisfy the state, but there are people who recognize, myself included, that we need help with affordable housing in Encinitas. The methods are what we disagree about. But now we know those units, the affordable units, can end up in the hands of rich investors looking for a tax break. And they can rent them to whomever they choose, as long as those people qualify by income. Will those units go to politically connected people? What about our children and aging parents who need a break on the high cost of rent? Do we have to start schmoozing rich developers to get an in on the affordable units? You would have more credibility if you showed a real effort to make this more fair. Finally, when I ran for mayor last year, I often spoke of my wish to bring back our community advisory boards, commonly called the CABs. The CABs consisted of a volunteer committee of 5 residents from each of our 5 communities: Leucadia, Old Encinitas, Cardiff, New Encinitas, and Olivenhain. It's easy to see how the selection of the Goodson property, as well as the 14 other improperly upzoned R30 overlay sites, would have been much different if there was a panel of 5 Olivenhain residents defending the people of Olivenhain.
Zoe Greenlee? Is Zoe here? Okay, then our next speaker is John Bilsell, followed by Sue Brown, followed by Jim Frost.
I have a slide submitted to ITS, so if you can see that, please. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you very much for giving us a voice. In response to Mr. Goodson's architect, first of all, I would like to say that the group, Encinitas RRD, commissioned completely independently, without knowing that the city was also doing so, basically proof of concept to see if the city's standards preclude development as defined by in the law and proposed density. And the consultant of citizen-founded initiative found that actually something very similar to RRM. So on that ground, I think their analysis is correct. But what I want to speak to today is the impact on the human and non-human environment. The Goodson project will destroy a natural hill at the very heart of Olivenhain Valley. The footprint and bulk of this project is unlike anything we've seen before. It's a single monolith with a floor area of 5 Home Depots combined. The negative impact of this project to the natural watershed, the loss of habitat, the destruction of indigenous flora, the runoffs and spills of hazardous waste, and the impact of deep cuts to Olivenhain's unstable cliffs. All these amount to an ecological disaster. Next slide, please. Denying this project alone will delay, give us some time, but will not prevent the destruction of the environment. There is too much greed. The developer will probably reapply. If you approve lot consolidation today, there is no going back. If you act now, this ecological disaster is preventable. The site of the Goodson project is protected, as you heard, by the Hillside Bluff Ordinance. We are puzzled by the city's refusal to accept the LiDAR topographic survey submitted by NV5, one of the most respected national engineering firms. If you don't trust really the evidence that the citizens submitted, at least you should have your own LiDAR survey, which I'm sure will show that actually Hillside Ordinance applies, even if Mr. Goodson removes that so-called fictitious 2B. So it's also puzzling to me that the city is enabling this very transparent attempt to exclude steep slopes. So if every developer is allowed to gerrymander the sites and exclude basically from their property inconvenient natural terrains, then you will not be able to just enforce the code on anyone. Thank you very much.
Sue Brown, is Sue here? Okay, how about Jim Frost? Jim will be followed by Lyle Donovan, Jennifer Bishop.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Honorable City Council, and staff. Thank you for your service. My name is Jim Frost. I'm a 35-year resident of Encinitas. I live on Avenida Esperanza, which is a private road easement, or private cul-de-sac that borders the Goodson project on McCain Lane to the west. Due to our close proximity, I wrote Randy Goodson a letter mid-May 2018. He responded his plan was to build a senior apartment complex that would not impact his neighbors. He quoted that he was building a senior center that would not generate much traffic or parking and would be 34 feet in height. And then the housing element was adopted soon after. When Encinitas Boulevard Apartments project was submitted, it was everyone's surprise that it had morphed into a project of over 500,000 square feet. As John said, equivalent to the footprint of 5 Home Depots, and is the tallest building structure in Encinitas, as well as our neighbors to the north, Carlsbad, and to the south, Solana Beach. This would not only impact his neighbors, it would impact everyone in Olivenhain. It would impact everybody in Rancho Santa Fe. It would impact the 25,000 vehicles that commute on this road every day. This mega project will destroy the rural character and historic community known as Olivenhain. In regards to wildfire safety evacuation, it was 25 years ago that I lost my good friend, David Hammond, in the Harmony Grove fire. Fire evacuation delays need to be taken seriously by all municipalities, regardless if the project is in a designated wildfire area. The city has been provided ample quantifiable data as to this project's impacts. I have been a Rotarian for 20 years, and I live my life by applying a 4-way test. It's simple, but this development fails in my book. 1, is it the truth? 2, is it fair to all concerned? 3, will it build goodwill and better friendships? 4, will it be beneficial to all concerned? If this development were properly sized, we would not be here today.
Sir, thank you for your comments. Thank you.
We thank you, and we support staff in their determination to deny this project.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lyle Donovan. I am Jim Frost's neighbor, and I would like to redundantly address a couple of the major issues that are of concern to the community. So first, I'd like to read excerpts from a letter that was written by Chief Cox of the Rancho Santa Fe Fire Department to Chief Stein of Encinitas. Chief Cox writes, I have reviewed the Olivenhain Encinitas Fire Evacuation Plan Analysis Report and the negative impacts of the Goodson Encinitas Boulevard Apartments project on the Olivenhain Evacuation Route Effectiveness, prepared by Charles Weber. After reading the reports, I have several concerns on the noted evacuation timeframes, which seem excessive. The City of Encinitas and the Rancho Santa Fe Fire Protection District have worked seamlessly over the years, providing for the safety needs of our citizens. This cooperative approach and relationship is valued. While the fire district remains neutral on the development itself, the traffic and evacuation impact studies as presented do affect the residents of Rancho Santa Fe. As public safety officials, our position should be that new projects with discernible risks are properly evaluated. Then, if there is a tangible risk, it is properly addressed and mitigated so further danger is not imposed on existing community members. With that said, I'm inquiring if the City of Encinitas has prepared an independent fire behavior analysis and/or evacuation study not commissioned by developer or opposition group, which can refute the analysis of the Weber report. So that would be the major concern is fire evacuation, as is expressed multiple times, and thank you for your time.
Following Jennifer will be Dan Ferson, Brian Lukatz, and Mark Mayer.
Mayor, Blakespear, and council members. My name is Jennifer Bishop, a 16-year Olivenhain resident, born and raised in Encinitas. How many can say that? As a community member, I have serious concerns about the safety risks posed by the Goodson project.
Excuse me, ma'am, could you speak into the microphone so it's easier to hear?
There we go.
Thank you.
As a community member, I have serious concerns about the safety risks posed by the Goodson project. The similar concerns are well stated by neighboring Rancho Santa Fe Association in their October 4th letter to the City Council, where they stated, quote, "The Goodson project is a serious and substantial safety risk for Encinitas and Rancho Santa Fe because it would cripple evacuation from the ranch in the event of a wildfire. In California, wildfires are occurring at an increasing and alarming rate. The question is not if, but when will the next fire occur?" Quote, they also stated hundreds of additional cars evacuating from the proposed apartments onto Rancho Santa Fe Road would cause disastrous gridlock. The Olivenhain Encinitas wildfire evacuation analysis done by fire and life safety consultant Jake Charles Weber paints a very scary picture of what a wildfire evacuation would look like for our region if this project were to move forward, end quote. They go on to say, quote, "While risk of wildfire is high, there are other serious traffic concerns. Increases from the development will delay emergency crews and law enforcement from responding to medical issues, criminal activities, traffic accidents, and other time-sensitive situations. The infrastructure for a project of this magnitude does not exist for that location, and concessions to allow it may prove to be disastrous when the next wildfire occurs. Let's not put lives at risk," end quote. So I ask, how is it that these concerns of the wildfire evacuation and lack of infrastructure are noticed by the entire Olivenhain community and our neighbors of Rancho Santa Fe, but our city officials won't even put forth public safety as a concern for denial? Risking thousands of community members' lives in exchange for 41 affordable units is unconscionable. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, late evening. My name's Dan Ferson. I'm a resident here in Encinitas. As our last speaker kind of pointed out, global warming is constantly in the news with the reality and the new normal of ever larger raging fires destroying one community after another. I'm opposed to the Goodson project on many levels, but as a father of a daughter who owns a home in Olivenhain, I'm extremely concerned about the about how this project will have an affecting, how this project will affect and increase the evacuation time in the event of an emergency such as a raging fire. I believe all parents want to protect their children, and I'm hoping that our city council wants to protect the residents under their care and will vote to deny the Goodson project. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Mayer. I'm the president of the Levenheim Town Council, located at 423 Rancho Santa Fe Road in Levenheim. The Town Council opposes the Goodson project based on the following grounds. The proposed project is objectively out of scale with the surrounding community. The proposed project is car-centric and contrary to the city's mobility goals. The proposed project has not adequately quantified or provided appropriate traffic mitigation measures. Finally, the proposed project also poses a specific threat to public safety in terms of evacuation routes in the event of a wildfire in Encinitas and Levenheim. Thank you for your time.
Is Brian here? Brian, Luke? Okay, Brian. Following Brian will be Brittany Bonner, Ruben Flores, and then Nancy Pickett.
My name is Brian Lucas, and I'm not going to belabor the obvious logistical issues, design flaws, and general description of affordability associated with this project. My statement tonight is to remind the council of how little impact the Goodson project in particular will have on the actual goal of providing the state-mandated number of affordable units. However, you could say pretty much the same thing on all the Measure U properties that are currently being researched. The number of affordable units being proposed is so small as to almost be a joke of governance. It's apparent to me the city, and quite frankly, the state, actually don't want to solve the problem. Currently, the city of Encinitas needs to provide 1,093 additional low-income dwellings. The Goodson project proposes 41 affordable units out of 277, and that is 15% of the overall project. It would take 26 similar developments to reach the state-mandated number, almost twice the number of the Measure U properties currently being discussed. The city voted 5-0 in favor of the smallest percentage possible, 15% of affordable units per project, and even tried to sue us, the residents, to overturn the voting results of Prop A. Even though the California Department of Housing and Community Development had previously said that 50% would be an acceptable number as well. The mayor, in her own words from 2019's commentary about Encinitas' top 5 accomplishments of 2019, I quote, for the first time, Encinitas has a state-approved housing plan. This ends the costly, wasteful lawsuits. And I wonder if she's referring to the one against her own constituents. And, continuing the quote, charts a course forward for our city's housing to get the state off our back. Now, how is that possible if all the proposed projects won't even put a dent in the total number required by the state? And that new letter that was introduced tonight shows that they very much still are on our back. So where do we stand? In my view, 1, the current measures and proposed projects aren't going to solve the problem. And 2, the measures allows for developers to build and profit handsomely from multiple thousands of additional market rate units. So as it appears to me, the city really doesn't want to solve the problem. And so you have to ask yourself why. Who benefits? In my view, anyone before me who has larger political aspirations and the developers. After all, there were many developers benefiting from measures T and U, as well as several PACs who promote high-density housing who gave well over $100,000 to the mayor's re-election campaign. This is political cronyism. This is bad for the city, or the residents of Encinitas. And as you can see by the turnout tonight, we, the voters, are against this project and not happy with the actions of the council. Thank you.
Is Brittany here? Brittany? Okay, next is Ruben Flores. Did Ruben leave? Okay. How about Nancy Pickett? Okay, Nancy Pickett, followed by Rich Giacomowitz, followed by Jay Ruby.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I strongly urge you to deny the Goodson apartment appeal. The proposed complex is too high, too dense, too unattractive for our lovely rural Encinitas, Liebenhain community. I love our rural, low-key, diverse community, and I don't want to see it become like Carmel Valley. I left Carmel Valley to live in a peaceful Encinitas 12 years ago. Even more important, there are many issues about this complex that have been spoken about tonight, but the one I want to focus on now is the potential fire evacuation disaster that could happen, as mentioned, due to the large high density of cars and residents. Do you all recall that I think it was just a few weeks ago that there was a plane that landed on the freeway? Did you see the traffic in Encinitas? I live along Encinitas Boulevard in Willow Spring, and it was a parking lot for hours. And that's just due to the cars from the freeway being diverted back through Rancho Santa Fe, the Encinitas Roads, Manchester. And that doesn't take into account what would happen when there are like 500 plus more cars, people evacuating, horses, kids, schools. I think this is something you really need to take seriously. If there were a fire in San Elijo Hills, Harmony Grove, Liebenhain, Rancho Santa Fe, those are all fire hazard areas. Maybe the Goodson project is not a hazardous area in that particular location, but it's surrounded by hazardous fire areas. It would take hours to evacuate, as mentioned. Plus, the Goodson project does not fully meet the needs of low-income families. I hope you're aware of Mr. Goodson's track record in other areas in San Elijo Hills, the Lilac Hills Ranch out in Valley Center. He's pushed these big projects. Even the parties were against what was going on in Valley Center. So I hope you don't let him pull this over in Encinitas. Your vote tonight will show us your priorities. Do you choose safety, security, quality of life for Encinitas residents, or do you choose to ignore our needs, our request to allow a developer and his investors to profit greatly from the impact of this project? I have faith in you that you'll do what's best for us, not Sacramento and big money. We will know tonight, Madam Mayor, City Council members, how you feel about Encinitas residents and our needs, our safety, and lifestyle by your vote tonight. Thank you.
Rich? Is Rich here? Okay, how about Jay Ruby? Jay will be followed by Lee Sample and then Michael McSweeney.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jay Ruby from Urban Resource. We are the civil engineer for the proposed project, and I appreciate your consideration of the project tonight. We believe that this project has been designed, well-designed, and an appropriate solution for this project site. It meets all the city codes, county codes, state codes for development, and we believe it's a viable solution and a great solution for this project site. We also had concerns with the RRM concept that was presented by city staff to both Planning Commission, and you both saw that tonight, and was really the basis for the denial at Planning Commission. We don't believe that this was a viable solution for the project, and it is not an equivalent solution for the project. And we believe that it was a little bit too conceptually done, and it did not address all the site impacts that were a result of this analysis being not specific enough to address all those issues. Some of our biggest concerns for the alternative were, as it was mentioned, the building footprint was much larger, expanded over the whole site. The building was much closer to all the property line setbacks and also Rancho Santa Fe Road. It reduced fire access to the property by limiting and shortening up fire lanes. It had limited access to their new interior courtyard designs, and then reduced access around the building because they eliminated pedestrian access level spaces around the buildings, the way it was pushed out to the sites and the slopes. We also had concerns about the grading for the property, and in the northwest corner where the building cut into the slope, and that was going to result in larger excavations, larger export, larger walls for the building, and cost impacts to the site. Also, the larger footprint of the property made it a larger impervious area for the whole site, which requires more water quality control and detention facilities. And at the same time, their larger footprint reduced any of our site areas that we would be required to use for detention and water quality treatment facilities. So we just don't believe that this is a viable solution, and we believe that the project that was presented by RRM is not equivalent and should not be considered for this analysis. And we appreciate your consideration tonight for the project and approval. And if you have any questions, we're here tonight. Thank you.
Lee Sample, is Lee here? Michael McSweeney, followed by Lee Vance, Brent Curtis, and then Billy Copes.
Madam Clerk, I believe I have an additional 3 minutes from, okay. Good evening. My name's Michael McSweeney, and it's been about 1.5 years since I've been here and met with all of you, but I wanted you to know that I left my position at the BIA at the end of June, and I'm not here representing them or their members. I'm here representing the Southern California Housing Collaborative. The collaborative advocates for and provides housing for persons with developmental disabilities. I have a 51-year-old brother, Kevin, who is developmentally disabled. He lives in a group home in La Mesa with 5 other developmentally disabled adults. Believe it or not, many persons with developmental disabilities can live on their own with services and supervision. Folks like my brother want to have the ability to be independent and live on their own, albeit with a helping hand. Affordable housing, like the 41 units in the Encinitas Boulevard apartments, is where someone like Kevin would live. His friend Brad has been living in his own apartment for almost 5 years. And every time Kevin comes for his monthly visit, which is this weekend, he reminds me that he wants to live in his own apartment. So why do we have a housing shortage? The problem didn't happen overnight, didn't happen while you were all on the council. It's manifested itself over 50 years. Can you go to the next slide? In the last 50 years, the population of the state doubled. Go to the next slide. That same time, and this is data through 2016, building permits declined. Next slide. So since 2003, you can see the dip at the Great Recession, but at most we've averaged, this is county-wide, 10,000 units of production for an area of 3.25 million people. Next slide. This is your housing production since 1987. If you look over the last 10 years, you've averaged 100 units or so in total production. Next slide. Average cost of the home in the region. Next slide. So what causes the need for more housing? Well, Kaiser Marston, they're in the room. They use a figure that for every 1.74 jobs created, a housing unit is needed. And so if housing units aren't built, where will people will find housing where they can afford it, which means they have to drive. So to conclude, additional housing supply is the answer. The Encinitas Boulevard Apartments accomplishes 2 important goals for the city. Number 1, it increases the overall supply of rental units. And number 2, it helps you achieve your RENA numbers. And while I've heard a number of people disparage 41 units, I don't think you've built 41 affordable units in the last 3 years here. So I would ask you that you please approve the Encinitas Boulevard Apartments this evening. Thank you.
Lee Vance, is Lee here? Oh, there you are, Lee. Followed by Brent Curtis, and then Billy Copes.
Good morning. My name is Lee Vance, and I'm a resident of the city of Encinitas since there was a Soviet Union and before. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the application. I'm a professional land use planner and have been one since about 1975 or so. Over the years, many, many years, since going back to I think about 2011, I attended most, not all, but most of the GPA hearings about the affordable housing morass that the city was involved in over the years. And I have to say that multiple meetings, I was really kind of perplexed at the hostility of many of the people in our fine city had to multifamily housing of any kind, much less affordable housing. I suspect that if this project was denied tonight and then the alternative came back, you would find the same number of people here making the same arguments. And if the alternative went away and came back with a number of housing allowed by the existing zoning, same people would be back with the same arguments about this is too much, there's the fire dangers and all the other things that are apparent to anybody who's got eyes. You know, everybody says that they kind of sympathetic to the affordable housing issue, but it's the wrong spot. It's always the wrong spot. Well, the affordable housing is an important component of this, surely, but the fact that it's multifamily housing is, in my eyes, even more important, or at least equally important, because that's the form of housing that sheriff's deputies, school teachers, servers in the restaurants, and seniors need, many of them need, and can't find. The vacancy rate in multifamily housing in this city is, zero. You try to rent a studio anywhere, and you put an advertisement out, it's filled the next day. You try to sell, you put a home up for sale, it's sold in 2 or 3 days. We've got a real problem here, and what you need is a willing landowner to come forward with a program, and you've got one tonight. May not be the world's perfect project, but it's the one before you tonight, and he makes good arguments about why it ought to be approved, and the state of California thinks it's a good idea that you would do it. Anyways, that's, I urge you to support the project. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Brent Curtis. Brent? Okay, how about Billy Copes? Be followed by Greg Post, Kat Grummett, and then Jeremy Hansen.
A pleasant good evening to all of us. My name is Billy Copes. I live in Encinitas, and I have my business, an assisted living facility in Encinitas. I'm having a hard time getting staff because there's no available affordable housing for them. Actually, I'm supporting the affordable unit in Encinitas. Let's love to each other and share all the blessings that we have to less unfortunate. Thank you for supporting the parking accommodation for the homeless. This apartment will help people and hopefully reduce homelessness in Encinitas. Thank you and God bless to all of us.
Greg Post. Greg is followed by Kat Grummett, and then Jeremy Hansen, Nick Petro.
Good evening. Could you put up, there it is, thank you. I'd just like to have you look at that slide as I talk. That's what you're proposing to put on the corner of Rancho Santa Fe and Encinitas Boulevard. Take a look at that. You notice that most of the illustrations always show an aerial view, so you're looking down on it, but this is what you're gonna be seeing every day as you drive by it. It's 61 feet high, supposed to be 31 max, 5 to 6 stories instead of 3, 277 units instead of 207. Mr. Frost was told that it was going to be a lot smaller and not impact anybody at all. The traffic is going to increase by at least 500 cars per day. If you drive on on Rancho Santa Fe Road, anytime between 7:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning, it is gridlock. If you drive trying to go home between 3 and 5:30, it's gridlock going north. And I've had the times when I've looked at the traffic. I get onto Rancho Santa Fe Road coming off of Manchester, and all of a sudden I realize, oh my gosh, it's 3 o'clock, and I will make a U-turn at the first time I have because I know it's going to take me a half an hour to get to my home. You are elected to represent us, and I really felt that and didn't appreciate the not too veiled threat by Mr. Goodson that if you don't, if you approve his request, this appeal, if you deny it, that he's going to file a lawsuit against you. For heaven's sakes, I hope you have a nice war chest, because I bet you that sitting here with the attorneys that are here, I bet you they might have in their briefcase their complaint to file if you vote to support the denial of their appeal. The fire threat is real. I've lived in the city for 35 years. I went through the Harmony Grove fire. I had to evacuate. Everybody had to evacuate. And we had 6 animals that we had to take out. And it was really frightening. I urge you to look at this and use your common sense. It doesn't take a lot to recognize that this is not a Livenhain. I ask you to also remember that we're going to follow the money, because if you don't deny this and you will go ahead and grant this project, then I'm going to be watching, and I imagine everybody else in the city of Encinitas is going to be watching to see what developers support those that are seeking higher office.
Sir,
we know
thank
who they
you for
are.
your comments.
All right.
Thank you for your comments. Your 3
Thank
minutes
you.
are up, sir.
Kat Grummett, is Kat here? Jeremy Hansen? Is Jeremy here? Nick Petro? Okay. Waylon Myers? Is Waylon here? Elihu Eilfort? Dave Debrevin? Dave? Okay. How about Whitney Hops? Whitney? Are you Whitney?
No, but she wrote something down for me to read for her, and I didn't want to speak, but okay, just come to the front right here and you can give your comment. And if you haven't filled out the form, then just go ahead and fill it out after you give your comments with your name.
Well, I'm speaking for her, is that okay? I'm not speaking for me. She already filled out the form. What?
Are you speaking for yourself later?
No, I'm not.
Okay, just go ahead and give the comments that you would like to give.
Well, this is for Whitney. I'm so nervous.
You're
Sorry,
doing great.
I was not going to speak, but
It's a supportive audience, depending on what side
yes,
you're on.
we're obviously. That's why the nerves. So she's a good friend of mine, and I do agree with her. A lot of us young single moms for this project, we have have kids that go to school here at St. John's and live and play here with everyone else. But we feel like, I can't even talk, sorry. But we feel like this, when we talk about feeling like you're being bullied, there's so many in support here. And I just wanted to share her voice, mine as well, that I like apartments and I like the opportunity to live in this beautiful area and afford it. And, you know, I can't afford really anything I would want to raise my kids in. That's nice. I personally lived here for 4 years, and then I just moved out, and I live on the brink now in Carlsbad, and Whitney lives here by the beach and by moonlight, and she had specifically said that sorry, I just can't talk, I'm so nervous. She said that she believes it should be approved because she, something about her parents, or is it housing for, we need more affordable housing for seniors who need to downsize and would like to keep living in this area. And then also, I guess she was talking about her parents, but also for young families in Encinitas to have a safe and affordable living option. We think it's a beautiful thing and that it would be nice. So that's it.
Thank you for your comments. You did great. Don't be nervous.
And then Geraldine, is Geraldine here? You don't want to speak, okay. So then, that does conclude speakers. And then Mayor, we have 111 slips in opposition, and we had 6 slips in support. Did you want me to go through all of those? See if they're present?
If we need to.
Okay.
I mean, I think we need to do that.
Okay, so Geraldine is here. And if I call your name, please just raise your hand and let me know that you're here. Barbara Spiro? Barbara? Okay, Susan DeVincent? Susan here? Darlene Elegant? And what is your name?
I'm Geraldine.
Oh, are you going to speak?
Yeah, I'll speak just quickly.
Oh, okay.
Everybody has said pretty much everything about the safety. I really care about the affordable housing. This is not it. This is a joke. It's a mockery of affordable housing, because what family can live in a one bedroom that has no walls? You know, there's nothing. That it's just bait and switch. But I also am sad because I was on the Zoom both times with the Planning Commission, and they unanimously said this is not a good project for us. And they did notice that safety was a big deal, the traffic and the fires. That seems like an overarching thing. And then if we get affordable, let's do affordable. That first plan he had sounded like a great idea with senior citizens and stuff. That's appropriate. But this is not. This is not for Encinitas, and it's just not for us. Thank you.
So again, if I call your name, just please raise your hand. Darlene Flanagan?
Or you can shout out, right?
Anything.
Yeah, just let her know
Let
that
me
you're
know you're
here.
here. Jenny Hack? Can you keep a lookout? See if you see anyone. Chris Strachan? Kaylee Strachan? Rhonda Graves? I see Rhonda. Shen Meyer? Chris Ruiz? Adeline Booman? Richard Bowman? Sabrina Siegel? Mark Siegel? Craig Austin? Dina Austin? Karen Steven? Vicky Ernewine? Ann Mason? Thank you. Rachel Norton? Jill Treadwell? V. Callahan? Helen Swarton, Michelle Reggio, Todd Blinkup, Ann Blinko, Chelsea Drinio, Jane Bell, Robert Bell, William Larkins, Julie Crome, Barbara Crome, Susan Yamagata, Lee Frank, Jenny Smith, Stevie Dixon, see, Rachel Workinger, Kevin Kumaltz, Louise Frank, Ray Grimaldi, Terry Greenlee, Kathy Ferguson, Janet Fisher, Brian Fortini, Jeff Miller, Lori Warsh, Fred Warsh, Ann Marosco, Lisa or Mike Tyler, Joanna Jones, Carol Simmons, Jordan Bloom, Don Grant, Ephraim Avon, Gina Avon, Paul Woroff, Hans Gross or Cross, Kate Covey, Glenn Covey, Craig Smart, Robin Hannafin, Pete Coe, Linda Coe, Judy Hagney or Hagee, Nicole Jackson, Tiffany Pond, Sally Patak, Romy Boskin, Nicole Boskin, Anna Edwards, Kelly Edwards, William Wolanin, Gary Coop, Rosemary Wallanen, Dale Tiglio, Christy Clark, Paul Clark, oh, Ann was here, Ann Jacinto, she must have left, Diane Lofschult, Raleigh Lofschult, Alan Russell,
Say that gentleman who talked about McCain Lane, if council hasn't got a link there, you're doing yourself a disservice. That project should have been avoided just because of this.
Craig Small, Kathy Small, Sheila Rodriguez, Gail Darkar, Michael Mean, Patrick Mead, Regina Trupp, Ann Lean, Judith Blanchard, Daniel Guthrie, oh, I called her already, Richard Bowman, Colin Winfield, Jody McNaughton, Arlen Botten, Seth Shaw, Joanna Shaw, Nan Sternman, Heidi Smith, T.E. Shipman, Kathy Stave, Karen Crute, J. Garvin Walsh. Douglas Plass. Linda Shipman. Erlen Ploss. Kurt Wittenberg. Troy Nickel. Cassandra Green. Cody Green. Kyle Yen. Cynthia Santos. David Gaffney. And Gretchen Donovan. Thank you.
Okay, did you complete it? Yes. Okay. All right, now we have the rebuttal by applicant for 5 minutes, and then the other applicant, and then the appellant. So that means Randy Goodson first and ERRD second.
Good evening. Thank you again for your time. I'll be brief and I won't take the full 5 minutes. There are many issues that we agree with staff, and there are a couple of issues that we don't agree with. We don't agree with the HAA, the Housing Accountability Act interpretation, and we don't agree with their waiver analysis. We have great concern and very, very legitimate problems with what is presented as this RM alternative. It's not an alternative by any means, and it will never hold up. But we do agree with the density calculations with Rancho Santa Fe Road. We agree that Lot 2B is a legal lot. We agree that we never were informed that somebody took our land that we have allowed through easements for use for Rancho Santa Fe Road. We agree there's no application of the Hillside Bluff Overlay Zone. Our very detailed topographic calculations, even with the inclusion of Lot 2B, were below 10% and would meet the legal standard for those calculations to hold up in court, because they met the reasonableness standard, and they were very, very detailed topographic calculations. Nonetheless, to appease and to move on, we accepted staff's calculations, we removed 2B, and we reduced the size of our project to accommodate. Our project has no objective, specific adverse impacts related to fire risks. And I can tell you, I won't get into it. We can get into it later. But this project is not a referendum on the housing element. It's just not. This project is implementing the housing element. It's very much needed, and there's no question about that. The Planning Commission grounds for denial are not supported in fact. State law is not ambiguous, and my project complies, and HCD agrees. Approval of my appeal may not be popular. In fact, it's certainly not going to be popular with most of the people in this room. But it is what's best for the city. It implements the plan that you have put forward, not just in the 5th cycle housing element, but also in the 6th cycle housing element. And the people that live close by should take comfort in understanding that property like this, in its location, never gets downzoned. And the zoning occurs at the state level to solve the housing crisis. And the housing crisis is not getting better, as the exhibits were shown by Michael McSweeney. California is 100,000 units a year below the production necessary to start chipping away at the housing crisis. State law is only going to get more and more aggressive, and as long as this site remains undeveloped, the development potential on it will just continue to grow, and it grows exponentially. And again, this is the only site. It's outside of the coastal zone. And a lot of people may not understand what that means, but it means that, the housing laws are all subordinate to the Coastal Act. So the housing laws affect all of the other development sites in the city because the city is mostly covered by the coastal zone. But it doesn't affect my site. And that makes this a very, very unique site. And it's a reason why you'll be doing a service to the community of Olivenhain to approve this project, because then you've locked in a great project. And up here on the screen, this is really what the project looks like. This is an absolute clear rendering of what the project will look like going south on Rancho Santa Fe Road at its most visible location. And the RRM analysis would have this project 30 feet closer to Rancho Santa Fe Road. And it will be right above a retaining wall that's 20 feet tall. So even if you are able to come up with building a 4-story building in 39 feet, it's going to be on top of a 20-foot retaining wall. RRM has agreed that that's the situation. So this is the best visual representation. It's the best image. It is quality construction, and it's very much needed. And I hope you find the strength to do what's best for the city and approve the project by overturning the Planning Commission's denial. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Now we have ERRD.
So thank you. I just wanted to walk through a little bit of the critical policy on the 2B issue here. So if we can read together policy A, when a parcel complies with the minimum zoning area requirements. Let's stop there and pause. A starts when a parcel complies with the minimum zoning area requirements. This parcel is 40 by 133 feet in an RR2 zone. It doesn't comply. The entire section A is inapplicable. Their argument is at the bottom of this, A9. Let's go a little bit farther. One of the following may be acceptable with certain exceptions. See section B. B starts at the bottom of this page. Exceptions to this policy are. Next page, please. Number 4, a parcel which, in the department's opinion, based on design, size, lack of public services, et cetera, was not intended as a building site. 40 feet by 144 or 133 feet, that's not, by size, that's clearly not intended as a building site. Indeed, this is a vacated half-width of an old B Street from a plat map in the 1890s that never existed. Finally, D, undersized parcels, explicitly rejects 8 and 9 from A above, D1, parcels that were created by A1 through A7. A9 is not relevant. 2B is not a legal parcel. Never was. This is critical because the lot consolidation is null. It can't result in a non-conforming lot. That's EMC code. That's finding 1 of the adopted resolution. I think Anna will confirm that. So the lot consolidation is illegal. Second point, the DBL law allows 20% of base density before the bonus density. By right law does not. The language is explicit, total units. HCD in one letter made a statement without substantiation that differentiated and made a false equivalence to the DBL standard. In the DBL standard, they're getting rewarded with extra units. They're not going to tax the extra units because they're the reward. In by right law, the reward is the ability to bully you guys by not allowing you to impose public safety and things. That's not a reward of additional units. And HCD's interpretation is flawed. The rooftop party deck might be suitable in downtown San Diego. I think several of us have been down there, and it's a fun place, but it doesn't belong in rural Allevenhain. Rural Allevenhain is a dark skies area. The waiver at KMM, the applicant has tried to draw a false standard, that it has to be equivalent, that it has to be designed to the same standards that they've done. That's the wrong standard. The legal standard is, does it physically preclude development? Do you have substantial evidence that you can make a written finding on? Staff has worked hard to get you that substantial evidence. If you make that written finding, the Wolmer's Law that they've thrown along gives standing to this agency to have made a decision that the judicial review will grant substantial deference to. And then the final part would be the fire, right? We know that there's an existing problem. We know that the site makes things worse. We know that the city has a duty to protect the public interest. The only thing left to litigate is, do you have standing to deny the project based on that? We urge you to make those findings that you can make, whether or not you choose to deny it, so that once again, when this gets litigated, which we all know it will, the judicial record will grant deference to the agency's written findings based on substantial evidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would the staff like to make any clarifications?
We're just available for any specific questions you have.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing. And now we'll have council discussion and action. Councilmember Mosca.
So I do have some clarifying questions for staff, and that's let's go to 2B right away and just talk about that. We just heard, fresh in our minds, is the analysis presented by ERRD in their appeal. So can you once again? So it sounded like that what you were saying initially was that the applicant appellant had presented evidence of the fact that 2B was a legal non-conforming lot. And then ERRD has presented how that analysis would go. Can you, so walk us through that? And I assume that the city attorney has worked with you on this, and so just walk us through how we actually analyzed it and came to the conclusion that it's a legal non-conforming lot.
Sure. So I think it's important to note that Lot 2B is not part of the project description. And so we had not considered it in our final determination. But they are correct in that if parcel 2B were to come in and wanted to develop, they would be subject to this policy, and we would go to the undersized parcels section, and they would have to demonstrate compliance.
So before you get to that analysis, so do you think that the question of whether 2B is a legal non-conforming lot is an important question? Because if it's not a legal lot, then it would have to have been part of this parcel, this overall project, and then that would have made it part of the Hillside Ordinance applicable.
So that's not my understanding. I'll defer to the city attorney, but I will say that part of the project, the overall boundaries of the project that come in, we would not have required any owner to bring in a parcel that they did not include in their project application. So I'm looking at it from the perspective of, if it came in that way, we would have not have said, you cannot develop this project until you bring in your adjacent parcels into consideration. So I guess that's the way staff was looking at.
But if 2B is not a legal non-conforming lot, then it is part of it's going to be part of the other parcel. It's going to be part of the project.
Well, if it wasn't, let's say if it was not owned by the applicant, I'll see if Roy would like to add to this discussion, excuse me.
Thank you, Councilmember Mosca. Based on the evidence that we have a legal grant deed that describes parcel 2B. That preliminary evidence indicates that this is a separate parcel. Until such time that they come forward with a development, that we will further verify that that is a parcel, a legal lot. But based on the legal description that is in the grant deed that was provided by the applicant, it described parcel 2B as a separate parcel. So that's the evidence that we currently have.
And that grant deed was provided to you by the appellant?
Yes.
The applicant?
The applicant, yeah.
All right. And then there was also testimony that without 2B as part of the project, well, it's not part of the project, but that the project itself, the project site itself actually exceeds the 10% slopage. So can you talk to us a little bit about, and I think that somebody in the audience, somebody that had testified said that they had done some analysis and they presented it to you or to the staff. And so just tell us a little bit more about what you've done to understand what the slopage is of this parcel, of this project.
I can speak to that. So we did have our geotechnical professional and our engineering division look specifically at the evidence that was provided by ERRD. It came in 2 times, and both analysis determined that the areas that they were identifying as 25% slope were in fact about 20 to 22%. And so both iterations that came through, even after discussion of stating that it has to be 25%, the data was not correct. And the engineering department had measured it out to, make sure that they confirmed that on their own doing the math.
All right. I just have one question for Mr. Goodson, if it's appropriate. So I got the sense in your testimony that when we talked about the density waivers, that essentially there was nothing that the city could actually do in terms of determining whether the waivers were legitimate or not legitimate. So we're talking about whether it physically precludes our standards, the application of our standards, our objective standards, physically precludes the construction of your project at the density that you've proposed. And so are you saying that I mean, this is, I think staff was saying that this is something that is far in excess of anything that we've seen, and so that they basically contracted with the agency to help them analyze it. But are you saying that you could have proposed anything and that we would have no legitimate grounds to analyze that and to understand whether the waivers are legitimate? Is that your testimony?
Thank you for the question. I think you asked 2 questions, and I'd like to address the first question, and it's really 2 parts. The first question is, did staff have the ability to reject our project based on our waivers, the waiver request? And the answer is that staff does not have that discretion. But the second answer to that is, even if staff did have that discretion, and the discretion, we're calling it staff, it's really the city, and it's you. And if you did have that discretion, which HCD says you don't, and a lot of people reading the law, state law, say you don't, but let's just say you did. If you did, you didn't meet that standard, because the RRM alternative is absolutely not an alternative. There are no dimensions. There's nothing more than a statement that says this is the same square footage and you can accommodate the same number of units. And oh, by the way, you'll probably have to put your open space on rooftop decks. And somehow you'll come up with fire. We think you can work it out. And the storm drain, you probably will be able to work that out also. There's just statements, and they're dreamy statements, but there's no evidence, there's no measurements, there's no calculations, nothing to support, because, and of course, they've written like 4 reports. If they could defend and say that their building with measurements was the same square footage, I am certain they would have done it. And you might ask them, why didn't they give any dimensions, any calculations? They didn't. And on the height, they also are saying, on the height, you're probably going to have to go to 9 feet or something like that. And then you could have, the top floor units would just have lower ceilings, and that'll be okay. And then as far as measuring from the 20-foot of the retaining wall, because they're pushing it 30 feet closer to Rancho Santa Fe Road into the slope, they said, well, the way we said, isn't that a 59-foot building? And they said, oh, well, we would just push that upper level back a couple of feet. Well, again, it just shows that they're not interpreting height the way staff has directed us to interpret it, and the way the city's code, I showed you that hangman's red arrow, the city code is clear. It shows that you measure the height and you measure it to the step back of the building. So RRM, this is in writing. These are things that prove that your staff is not objectively interpreting its code. It's all over the place because you have a lot of different people looking at things and just trying to make up arguments. They've not met that standard, so you've not been able to address the waiver.
Thank you. Yeah.
Want me to address the second
I've sat
issue?
through enough land use issues to say that they're applying that measurement and standard. It's not, and it's been applied very consistently across the board. So I do think that you're wrong in terms of saying that we don't apply it consistently. But
Well,
also
I'd
the
love to
task-
show you the RRM
task-
letter
but
because the
task-
RRM letter is not interpreting it.
But the task was also not to basically redesign your project and create an alternative, but it was to evaluate whether or not our objective standards would preclude your construction of your project at the density that you've stated. So it wasn't actually to create an alternative.
But they did, right? Because if you look at the exhibit, they described, and their own description was, we turned the building into a series of courtyards. Did they provide, we said, what's the fire access into those courtyards? They're not showing any fire access, but that is a total redesign. We have the building, projecting out, if you can show that exhibit, we have the building projecting out in three elements out to Rancho Santa Fe Road that provides a lot of variation. Their building comes as a wall right along Rancho Santa Fe Road, 30 feet closer, with no room for landscaping. That is a major deal.
Let me just clarify. So your testimony is that I should just go home, that I have nothing to do with the waivers, and that whatever you ask, we need to grant.
That is my request, but I'm not asking you to go home. I'd love you to stay here and to vote yes and be in compliance with state law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, that's an interesting analysis of density bonus law, and in fact, the history of density bonus in Encinitas is replete with a lot of projects where concessions and waivers were not questioned. And I really am proud of the work that we've done here because these requests were, pretty significant. And so the analysis that we engaged this firm to do, I think, is really important part of this decision. And, the key to it is that we needed to have that analysis to comply with density bonus law from the standpoint of whether we could make a determination that if we didn't grant the waivers and concessions, that it would be physically impossible to build your project. And I think the analysis shows that it could be done with fewer stories, less height. And so I think that it's an important step for the city, and this project, it's important that it is applied to. For me, the most important duty of serving on the city council is to ensure public safety. And so this question of fire evacuation is the most critical for me. And so as part of the appeal, we did receive an analysis from Encinitas RRD because this was what they were appealing, was the failure of the Planning Commission to identify fire evacuation as a life safety issue. And so their analysis raised some pretty significant issues in my mind. Our staff, our city attorney, have identified in the staff report some concerns about what the city council can do in addressing these concerns that the community and this council has. And so one of the things that I hope we can do is that we can continue this hearing and engage a consultant to explore some of the issues that were raised in that study. That city staff, as part of the report that we received, didn't do any analysis on that we can read and that we can present to the public as justification for any decision we might make. So I would ask that we look at this. The chief of the Rancho Santa Fe Fire Protection District has asked in a letter to Chief Stein. He is inquiring if the city of Encinitas has prepared an independent fire behavior analysis and/or evacuation study, not commissioned by developer or opposition group, which can refute the analysis of the Weber report. Additionally, any other fire safety or evacuation mitigation measures which are being considered in regards to the impact of this proposed development. And I think that's an important step because, again, there's no more solemn duty in this job than to protect public safety. So I think that I would prefer to have that analysis before making a decision on this. And so that would be my request. Could put it into a motion. I don't know if I would find a second, but that's a pretty important issue for me. And then the other issue that's important is this one that came up regarding the lot line and whether it extends to the center of Rancho Santa Fe Road, because in reading the letter from Mr. Sherman, he says that the Rancho Santa Fe Road cannot be included in and consolidated because it is a public highway. And there seems to be some difference of opinion. I did read staff report. I noticed that you disagree with that. I saw the deed that was part of the staff report, and it's from 1931. And so that raises the question about when the county converted it to, deemed it a highway, and this land use issue that has been raised in this letter seems to have come after that deed. And so I just think that it's an important question because clearly with that acreage, it changes the calculations for this project in a fairly significant way. So that's something that I would like to see additional analysis on as well.
So could I ask, there are two appeals. Are you recommending us the suggestion that we would postpone a decision on both of them?
Yeah, I would defer this. Yes, I frankly would defer the decision. I think we have, we're at 11:30. I think that, these things are, impact each issue, and therefore I would be inclined to not make a decision on either one of the appeals at this time.
Hey, may I make a comment? My name is...
I don't know who you are.
I'm Jeff Chine. I'm with Alan Matkins representing the applicant. I want to point out that under the Housing Accountability Act, Government Code Section 655...
Here, why don't we just ask our attorney? We'll just ask our attorney. Okay.
You can have 5 hearings. You may not continue the hearing.
Okay, let's just let our attorney weigh in on the Housing Accountability Act.
Okay,
We're well-versed on it.
Okay,
A continued hearing is counted as an extra hearing.
Okay, so the issue is that we have a limited number of hearings that we can have on the project. It's my understanding this is number 3. Nope, number 4. So we have 5. I mean, that's our limit. Okay, hold on. Okay, thank you. let me ask staff, because we did talk about this. So we have had how many hearings, including this one?
Tonight would be considered the fourth hearing.
And we have a limit of 5.
Yes.
So we could continue this and have another hearing, and you make your decision, but that would be the last hearing that you could have.
Roy, does that include the vacated June meeting that was only vacated at applicant's request?
Includes all the hearings that were noticed. So we,
So it includes the June one, that you guys continued without any tangible action.
Okay, let's not have a back and forth because we have closed the public hearing. So staff and the attorneys, I know we asked him to sit down too. So you've talked about the number of hearings and what qualifies as a hearing and whether something was a hearing. Is that true? And you both feel certain about the answer here, that this is number 4? Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else on the council want to weigh in on the deputy mayor's suggestion?
So what, so if we continue to this, what information would staff come back with? Are you going to ask for,
Well, I'm interested in the issue related to the declaration of the Rancho Santa Fe Road as a county highway and what that did to the property, and whether the property extends to the center line of the road or whether it no longer does. And, you know, the letter, the deed is from 31, the assertion in the letter, there's just conflicting data. And so I would like to have that clarified because it has a significant impact on several calculations in the project. And so that's a pretty important thing. But by far, the most important thing for me is this independent analysis that the fire chief of Rancho Santa Fe Fire Protection District has asked for. And I would like to see, because I think the issues of fire evacuation in the event of a wildfire could be significant. And so, you know, to me, having that independent analysis is a pretty important part of this conversation.
so I agree with the deputy mayor about the fire risks, but what I'm trying to understand is, and I think staff or the attorneys have to weigh in here, because I don't think we have enough information here. What can be produced and what's the time frame in terms of when this needs to be brought back?
Well, in terms of a
Fitch report would I think would satisfy the Hawks request.
Dan, please, the public hearing is closed. We have our fire chief trying to speak and our city attorney trying to speak. Please let this take place and don't interrupt. Thank you. So, city attorney, would you like to answer the first question and then the fire chief can answer?
My concern is that you have a record before you, and you have evidence that's in the record. And what you're asking is for us to go out and create new evidence at a time when we are here to make a decision. I think the analysis that we can do, for you is, in light of the fact that you have an evacuation plan and a number of other rules or regulations that apply, is try and determine whether or not, based on those documents, that there are objective standards that could be relied on, standards, policies, conditions that could be relied on to determine that there's a specific adverse impact on public health and safety. And it's important that we know that this analysis is with respect to this project. Now, the report that we got from ERRD is talking about conditions that exist that make evacuation tough. But what we're being asked is, does this project cause a specific adverse impact?
Well, and that's the issue, is that because Rancho Santa Fe Road and Encinitas Boulevard is such a critical part of fire evacuation in Olivenheim, that I think that is going to be an important part of the answer that we get. But in the end, it sounds like you're saying that we can have additional staff analysis, but nothing more. And so that's a little different than what the Rancho Santa Fe chief is asking for.
Well, the Rancho Santa Fe chief is asking for additional information, and that's fine. But he's not the decision maker. The
Well, I
decision
understand
maker, okay, but the decision maker is you. We're looking at current standards, current policies that exist that this project can be evaluated against. And I'll defer to the fire chief to kind of put this into context, but my recommendation is that, yes, you can continue it for us to do additional analysis on the materials that we have, but I don't think you have the time, nor would it be appropriate to engage another consultant at this stage in the game.
Okay, does the fire chief wanted to say anything over there?
Yeah, I was just going to address the timing issue too. Engaging a consultant to do that wouldn't take days or weeks. It would take months, a couple months.
Our life is worth it.
Okay, thank you. Do Councilmember Hinsey or Lyons wish to weigh in here?
I'll weigh in. I do have a question about that fifth hearing, if we have to have that within a certain amount of time of this hearing today, because I am concerned that we don't have enough time to go out and have an additional review of our objective standards for fire escape.
Well, are you asking how much time? I'm not sure what your question is.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if the fifth hearing that would be the limit for us has to be held within a certain amount of time.
I don't think that there is a specific amount of time, but given where we are, it would not be something that I would put off. I would be working to bring this back as soon as possible.
I mean, I think his previous answer was that we can't create a new record. So we have a record in front of us on an appeal. So we can't legally go out and get more studies to prove one thing or the other. I mean, so the timing is something we should be expeditious about it, but we also couldn't do it anyway. But, so, do either of you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I have some comments just in general that are not about this specific issue related to fire. And I think some of them are probably unpopular opinions in this room, but it is important for me that our city be a good actor for how much housing we're able to produce. I do think that this is a suitable location for high-density housing. I disagree with one of the speakers that just because we don't have ample affordability for, I think the example she used was food for less, that this makes us an undesirable location, because we really do have to acknowledge that many of the housing units we strive to maintain and create in our city would have folks who work in the surrounding businesses living there. You've got a convenience store, Harvest Market, you have preschools nearby, and all of those are the type of jobs that are low wage earning jobs. And so I think this is the right location. It's close to transit. And it is on one of our major arterials, which was a stated goal to reduce our vehicle miles traveled. That being said, the city's ability to weigh in on these issues has been whittled down to the very question of whether or not we have the objective standards to deny the project. And being that we have an example ahead of us that our own development standards don't preclude development at this density, we have the proof that we can make this, we can deny this waiver. And so I do think that I would love to see more collaboration between the developer and the surrounding community, because we've now approved 3 high-density housing projects, one of which came to us with a recommendation to deny by our planning commission, and we were able to overturn that because there was so much effort on the part of the developer to make sure that project was compatible for the surrounding community. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Yeah, I was actually taking in a lot of what's been said tonight, so I appreciate everyone's input. And also, I find it intriguing what Deputy Mayor Kranz has brought up as an approach. So I was actually really absorbing that. But I do want to say that I'm definitely leaning towards the staff recommendation as it's been proposed to us. I am in favor of us providing more housing. I think this is one of the prongs that we use under a housing element to provide affordable housing. I think there's other prongs of approach to do that as well. So I think the concept of providing density in ways that conform is an important goal. So I do want to say that. I think it can be done well. I appreciate the evaluation by RRM. Being in the design profession myself, I know that there's a lot of ways to look at things and more than one right answer. So that evaluation was really informative to me. And I also feel that there's a failure to comply with the objective standards for height and stories. So, I'm pretty confident of that. That pretty much captures my thoughts at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'll weigh in here. So I think it's really important to note at the outset that we have approved 3 other housing element sites that have come through the process, and the housing element sites were upzoned to meet state law, which the purpose of the state law is to provide more housing. And I do see that housing is a good. Housing is something we need more of in this city. And the housing element sites, it's really important to just clarify for everybody, they will never be 100% affordable because the owners of those sites will want to have market rate units, and 100% affordable projects need to have government subsidies, of substantial subsidies, in order to make them work. So a 20% affordable is something that is what you can expect on one of the housing element sites. And so that's, it is a reality. And I know we might like to think that there's a different reality where we're getting 100% affordable projects that the government, like the city, your taxpayers are not subsidizing, but that's just really not the way that this whole thing works. So I do think that this site will have apartments and it will have housing. It is the only site in Alevinheim, and it's important, though, that the rules be followed. And I do think it's true that the analysis, the Planning Commission said it in their first finding, which is that waivers, under state law, that waivers are provided only when the development standards have the effect of physically precluding the construction of the project at the densities that are permitted. And so I think it was clear from the RRM analysis that the waivers as submitted weren't needed. And so the project is able to be built, but without having to have that higher story, that much higher story. And I think it's also important to note that the city has demonstrated a consistent application of how we measure height and stories across multiple projects. So the application of that same standard to this project makes sense to me. I didn't see that there was anything arbitrary in what we as a city were doing in our analysis of height and stories. And so, I would be inclined to go with the staff recommendation as well, but I'm also open to my colleagues who would like to get more information and would like more information about this street question and, to be able to come back and have more information or more information about fire that's already available that the staff could put together into a more clear package. I would be okay with that. So, whatever my colleagues feel like is the best way to go on that, I think I could probably support it. So, Councilmember Mosca.
So I've been asking questions all night, and so I haven't really made comments and just really kind of addressed the project itself, and I think folks deserve that, right? And so I first want to thank everyone for the hours that they've put in on both sides, the appellant and the applicant ERRD. All the hours that you guys have put in to this project. I know as a council member, I've received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails over the past couple of years. I've watched the Planning Commission's proceedings on this. I've gotten all of the information from the staff on this project, and so I feel like I'm really informed, and I've been able to ask questions here today, and so thank you for that back and forth, so that I understand it. I do think that I can support the Planning Commission's determination. I think the facts and the evidence point to that they made the proper decision, and I'm especially moved by the analysis that staff has received with the RRM study that demonstrates that the waivers were not necessary to construct this project at the density that the applicant has asked for. I would go further. I think that the evidence also points to the fact that there is a significant, substantial adverse risk of fire here, public safety. I travel on Rancho Santa Fe Road all the time, and I think that there is already in the record substantial evidence of an adverse risk, and that is the delay, evacuation delay. There's a whole lot of horses and animals in the Liebenhain, big trailers that are going to be on that road, and the road is already congested. And you put 200, 300, 400 more vehicles on that road at the exit of Rancho Santa Fe Road, the main artery in and out of this area, and I think it's going to be a disaster, and it's going to absolutely increase the evacuation time and delay. And so I think that there's ample evidence. I think that I would support a delay for additional analysis. Again, I think the evidence already points to the fact that there's a specific adverse risk, and I think there's substantial evidence of that. I'm not sure that based on Deputy Mayor's request, whether or not the analysis that's going to come back is going to actually be on point with what you're asking. But I think it's essentially just going to analyze what's already in there. But I'm amendable to continuing if we think that we want more analysis in terms of the ownership of the road and analysis of the evidence of fire risk and evacuation risk that I think already exist in the record. So that's where I'm at.
I would ask if the evidence that you see in the record is the result of the analysis that was done by one of the appellants, because the answer that the staff put in the staff report with regard to that particular point that the appellants made, it was 2 paragraphs that didn't really get into a whole lot of detail. And so that's part of the challenge, is that as we're considering this, there's the staff basically said that the project, for the reasons that they state in the report, the point that was made by ERRD regarding fire evacuation was not legitimate, not valid. They didn't share the concerns, and what I would like to be able to see is a little more meat on the bone, so to speak, to understand why it is that staff has taken that position. And this is a job that oftentimes requires, it's basically dueling experts. And so you find yourself up in this position trying to make an assessment of which side's got the best argument. And it's never easy, but I think that's, part of the challenge here is that we want to get this right, especially as it relates to fire safety.
Councilmember Lyons.
If I could just ask a question of Deputy Mayor Kranz. When you're saying more information, when you're describing it, are you specifically saying to get more information on what our policies and our standards are related to fire evacuation? I just want to be clear about what you're specifically asking.
Well, we have an evacuation plan that's out of date. That's one thing, but I don't need to have that rewritten and updated for this particular process. But the question to me is, the life safety issues are paramount, and the question is whether this project is going to create a predicament that is significantly worse or worse. I'm not sure what the language is. The conditions seem to me to be ripe, just as Councilmember Mosca said, that it's pretty clear that this project is going to have 200 or 300 additional cars anytime there's an evacuation, 500 cars, whatever the number is. And so, I think it's important that we quantify that and we establish the conditions and we make it, and we have a clear picture of why it is that the points that were made by the analysis that ERRD commissioned are not germane. So that's, I think, the most important part of what we're hopefully going to be able to get from a little bit of additional staff information, so that instead of having a paragraph and a sentence, we have more information with which to make a decision.
Thank you.
So would you like to put forth your motion?
I would move that we continue this hearing to, I don't know if it needs to be date certain or not, but I'll leave that up to the attorney and staff to do additional analysis on fire evacuation issues and to address the conflict between the appellant ERRD and staff's analysis regarding the center line of the Rancho Santa Fe Road.
Second.
If I can ask a question, Mayor? So to be clear then, you want an independent analysis on the effect of the Goodson project in that corridor for evacuations?
Well, I think that the city attorney said we have to live with what we have in the record. So I think that means whatever analysis that you have in addition to what, and ideally it's to address specifically the points that are in the commission report by ERRD that to me raise significant issues.
Okay.
If I could, just so we're clear, I mean, I think what you're asking is you want to have a more detailed response from the fire chief and staff on their number one, your analysis that you did initially to determine whether or not there was a fire concern that is exacerbated by the project, and your evaluation of the material that was submitted by ERRD that identifies that there's a potential health and safety issue, your analysis of that.
I think that summarizes it pretty well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, plus the ownership of the road.
Okay, we have a motion and a second then. Let's go ahead and vote.
If I could, just before we go, I think we do want a date certain. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
Or notice of
Yes.
purposes.
I would encourage that. And what would be a good date?
Say November 10th.
Is that good for the applicant?
We object to the continuance. The HCD has made it clear that CPP hearings, they're publicly noticed hearings required by the city. As a result, they fall under the guidelines as a public hearing. You required us to have 2 CPP hearings. There was then the very first Planning Commission hearing that was extended at the request of staff with our acquiescence, but staff requested the continuance of the first Planning Commission hearing. Then there were 2 more Planning Commission hearings. That was 5. This is the 6th hearing from our perspective and our reading of the law. And in discussions with HCD, they agree. And so a continuance, we object to it. You'll do what you'll do, and we'll do what we'll do.
Okay, we'll accept your objection. So let's move forward with the motion. And is it important that we actually set the date tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So then let's set it on the 10th. Does that work for the city manager and the agenda, to your knowledge? Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the motion and the second.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. That item is now complete.
Can I say real quick to everybody that's here still, this is our first, in-person meeting, and I just want to thank you all. Looking out over all your faces with your masks on, everybody wore it very well, and I wasn't sure what to expect tonight, and I'm quite relieved that we have a great city of people that are interested in civil debate. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one more quick item, and I fear that staff has stayed for this, which is also why I don't want to push it to the next, because it's close to midnight. So if we can, I don't think we have any public comments on this item.
We do not.
All right, so maybe we can just, quickly evaluate if council has any comments.
I don't.
Is this, Roy, can you do this item? Or Jennifer's right there. Yeah, she's doing this item. Okay.
Sure. It'll be a short presentation as well.
Okay, perfect.
Would you like me to go ahead and get started or wait?
Definitely get started.
All right. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is item 10B. Planning Manager Jennifer Gates presenting. This item is a public hearing to consider the adoption of Resolution Number 2021-77, establishing an inclusionary housing in lieu fee as an alternative method of compliance, and adoption of Resolution Number 2021-78, establishing a new affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities of 7 or more units. Currently, the city's in lieu fees are established on a project-by-project basis and are based on the difference or gap between what a target household could afford to pay and the median home price for the area. The KMA Nexus analysis looks at the need for lower-income households to support the lower compensation jobs created by the rise of new market-rate households and the cost of mitigating the increased affordable housing need. The KMA Nexus study determined that the maximum supported fee is estimated to range between $32 to $66 per square foot. On June 23rd, City Council directed staff to move forward with the adoption of an impact fee of $20 per square foot. The payment of the in lieu fee of constructing the inclusionary units is for residential developments of less than 7 units, additions of 500 square feet or more, and any net increase in square footage when units are reconstructed or replaced, as well as fractional units less than 1/2. If a project requests a density bonus, incentive or concession waiver, or a parking ratio, or is in the R30 overlay zone, there is no option to pay an in lieu fee, and the affordable unit must be built. It is also recommended that for residential projects of 6 or fewer units, that the affordable housing fee be applied based on a sliding scale in order to enhance the project feasibility. For the affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities of 7 or more beds, KMA completed a residential care nexus analysis consistent with the requirements of Government Code Section 66000, the Mitigation Fee Act, that quantifies the number of jobs added by a development of new residential care facilities, housing needs by income level for workers who hold these jobs, and the net cost per square foot of building area to mitigate the increased affordable housing need. On June 23rd, City Council directed staff to move forward with the adoption of an impact fee of $20 per square foot for residential care facilities, consistent with the fee level recommended for residential projects, based on the findings identified on page 19 of the feasibility analysis. All fees collected will be deposited in the Affordable Housing Fund, which is described in the Encinitas Municipal Code, Section 30.41.110. Staff recommends the adoption of Resolution Number 2021-77, establishing the amount of fees payable in lieu of providing affordable units, and the adoption of Resolution Number 2021-78, establishing the affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities of 7 or more. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. I see no one wanting to speak. Let's go ahead and vote.
Public hearing.
Oh, I open the public hearing. Are there any public speakers?
There are no public speakers.
Okay, I close the public hearing.
Perfect. Motion carries unanimously.
Just past midnight.
Okay, so we're going to skip all the rest on the agenda unless there's anything you really want to say. City clerk, city attorney, city manager? No? Okay, we are adjourned.
Why did Ingy quit from? Why did what? Ingy.
Services, industrial, educational, places of